OG, and nobody, they look like he got some arms, but
did you go shirtless?
No,
in jeans?
I had my cowboy. What I wore to work, I had the cowboy polo on.
Yeah.
But I looked at everybody looking at me like, this dude. Yeah. But I did it.
They talked about you at the dinner table. For sure they did. I had a buddy.
I'm OG for real.
He listens to the show. Craig, if you're listening to the show, we used to run hoop. We used to run 5-on-5 when it was easy to do. When you were in middle school and high school, you could just get 10 friends to come over like that.
Yeah.
And you just go run. And the dude was always wearing loafers.
Oh,
like he's wearing, or like those boat shoes or whatever. I'm like, what are you doing right now? Like, we're at the park. You're a kid. We're playing ball. You have boat shoes on.
Oh, man.
What's happening right now? So you were that guy yesterday.
I was proud, too.
Oh, yeah, and I've learned to never judge anyone based on that because there's a guy in Marin who is a legend. His name is Buck Chavez.
Wow.
Bucky Chavez.
Strong name.
He's probably 60 now. He's maybe the greatest player in Marin County history. He played D1. He played at the Pro-Am, and he would show up to play pickup in his pajamas.
Oh, and that hurts.
Well, everybody wears their pajamas now.
Well,
like the
this
entire
is
high school is filled with their pajamas.
He would shuffle out there fresh out of bed in his PJs, 6'4", $171.
And could play.
Dude, he would put it on you. If you ever...
I'm going to put it on you.
Seriously, Buck Chavez, his older brother Eddie Joe, another legend. Eddie Joe actually played for Panama against the Dream Team.
Oh, come on, Diaz.
Eddie Joe hit 3 straight threes to open the game, and then the next trip down, Panama was up like 14-9. Michael Jordan picked him up at three-quarter court.
And that's where you know.
Night.
Yeah, that's where you know you're a problem.
Finished with 9 points.
And he might have had 11.
Okay.
But USA won by 50-something.
Exactly.
But it was one of those things where the U.S. came out and they were gravy training it, and Eddie Joe went whop, whop, whop. You know, shout out Kendrick.
And I look at
hit him with a 3-piece.
And we're going to get to this sound, but the last thing about my full court days, dude, take your wedding ring off, guys. Don't wear a watch or a ring on the court because it might cut me.
Oh, yeah.
I play physical.
No, dangerous.
Take your jewels off. And the dude, we almost got into it. Like, and he just throws his...
No, wedding ring doesn't come off.
Willard.
When I've had one, it doesn't come off.
You get a technical if you played in the league.
A ring? That's different. A chain, we're talking. I got you.
A watch,
bracelet.
Oh, yeah.
Watch coming
on. They can be a weapon.
Well, yeah, if you play like an idiot.
I go hard.
But I'm not clubbing people with an open left hand. Like, what are we doing? No, the ring doesn't come off.
We play hard, though, Will.
More dangerous than a ring is fingernails. Ooh, so if you really want to do it, like, let's do a nail check.
No, I hate that.
You're going to, straight up gouge somebody.
Got you.
But I make the CYO kids take their watch off. And, little, and I'll say little Timmy, but this is little Logan.
I love it.
Little Logan lives in Tiburon, and he's got his brand new Apple Watch because he's 8 years old.
I love it.
Sorry, Logie, you don't get to get your steps today. Take that S off.
I love it.
What if he shows up with a wedding ring? Then what do you say?
I say, damn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's aggressive.
Show me the hair on your chest.
Seriously.
So I'm going to give you 2 categories because you guys got 4 hours. Debo or Lynch. Because I'm a conspiracy theorist.
What do you mean?
I'm going to play some sound.
And
I still think Tupac is alive. I don't, but it's fresh that I feel, you know what? He's not with us anymore. But I want your thoughts, you two smart men, on Lynch's comments about the Purdy contract.
Okay, the Purdy one or the Debo?
The Purdy one. Okay, I want to go Purdy first.
Let's play it.
Play it.
John Lynch on Brock Purdy. It's not working.
It's like my old
Cadillac,
78 Seville.
I'm hitting the button. It's not doing anything. It's dead.
Oh, boy.
The computer needs a reboot.
Mark Steinmetz joining us here.
Touch it.
KC Johnson, you heard him.
And that's a coffee spill.
Well, hey. Not my coffee.
No, Can Grandy play it from back there?
Yeah, the whole thing's not working.
Which one you want, Brock?
The Brock one that we reacted to.
We have started negotiations. We're talking.
Listen to this.
I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. I want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
Willard, why throw in the no guarantees we'll get something done?
I have a thought on that.
I can't wait.
The 49ers are tired of getting their butt kicked every summer.
That's why I ran by Grandy.
Yeah. I really think that they are probably pretty bothered, and thank you, Dibs. Let's flash forward to Friday. What's bugging me, which is people who leave their crappy drinks sitting around the table when it's not their turn anymore. Anyway, moving on.
2 more days.
Yeah. The Niners.
So they care what the public opinion is.
Well, it's not just do they care what the public opinion is. I think that they care about how we go into negotiations. Like, they're literally sitting here going like, oh, it's inevitable. He's going to get $60 million. Got to pay him whatever he wants. And I think at a certain point, proud people, and the 49ers are that, and they don't like losing deals. Parag Marathe teaches a class at Stanford, the art of negotiation. He does not like this idea that's out there that the Niners keep getting their butt kicked every summer.
I just asked Grandy, do you think they care?
I don't.
And your answer is yes.
Absolutely. And not because of public perception, just because, thank you, Dibs, just because, like, that's not the way they want it to go. They're not going to just be happy rolling over and giving the players what they want. So I'm not foreseeing any issue here, but he drops that in there because I think they do want to let Brock know and everybody know.
His representation.
We're not just here to give you whatever. Everybody come to the Niners. We're giving B plus receivers $30 million, and we're giving B plus quarterbacks 62.
Well,
they don't want to be that team.
They did the first one.
I know, and they regret it. Let me say that right now.
Go ahead. We all know.
The 49ers regret signing Brandon Ayuk to the contract he signed.
There's no doubt. I don't believe that.
Right. And, you gave a 36-year-old tackle a restructure, and I know he went through personal tragedy, so I don't want to judge that because I can't imagine what he went through, but you gave McCaffrey a restructure after, 12 minutes of him saying, hey, what do you guys think? Done. Let's do that. So I do think that they have to kind of change what they do. And
Bosa didn't have the best year after he got his. I'm just saying.
And he got his late, and he came in late. So I do think that a lot of this is, like what John said today, it becomes a Parag Marathe issue. And I know he doesn't do all the negotiating anymore. It's a full front office. But your approach as a front office has to be a little bit different, where you can't just play super hardball and then cave to Ayuk, and you can't play super softball and give Brock Purdy $65 million. You have to find that middle ground where you want your quarterback done early. And, what they said about Deebo, I think, and I don't know if you guys played it. I was
no, we're going to play.
I was doing housekeeping here. I live with a 2.5-year-old, and so when there's a spill, you got to get to it early. And so that was my instinct here. But
no, you did good.
Thank you. And
you did.
I even got the sanitizer in here, so there's going to be, leave no trace. But the idea about Brock Purdy, they don't want to just like, hey, $70 million a year, you're our guy. But at the same time, you do have to find that middle ground where Brock feels good and the team has a deal that they can work with, and it's done early. We don't want this thing dragging past March 31st.
But the fact that go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Go ahead.
You guys are making all. I agree with every point about the past contracts, but I tell my kids this. So it's about value, and it's about what you have to replace Brock Purdy, and I believe. That goes under the Brock Purdy column because they don't want to replace you for one. They have nothing to replace you with for two. And three, I feel like, Willard, I'm stunned because York said what he said when he said it, that he's going to reset the market or we're prepared. But are the Niners going to play hardball and go 9 innings with Brock Purdy because of the clicks and what it looks like about them getting took behind the shed in regard to these past contracts? Because if Brock is asking for 50, are they not going to want to give him 50 because of what it's going to look like?
Oh, God. Well, first of all, they're giving him 50.
Okay.
Yeah.
50
that
is
was,
like,
okay.
50 is there are 12 quarterbacks making more than 50.
So we
50 to me, that's a fait accompli. But my answer to your question is no. I don't think they're going to go 12 rounds. I don't think that this comment suddenly means that there's a problem. I think that the 49ers are probably just tired of the way the last 2 years have sounded. Nick Bosa kicked their butt. He kicked their butt. And then Brandon Ayuk's situation last year, you could argue which direction it went, but in the end, he got more than what he would have taken earlier in the offseason.
Right.
And got hurt, and more importantly, it screwed up the whole year. Like, the vibe was terrible, and it screwed everything up.
That was a part of it. There was more to the year being screwed up than just that.
Of course, but that set the whole thing off on a really, really bad foot. And so I just feel like that front office, the little that I know of them, they do not like the way this all sounds and is going to where it's like we're here, A, losing our butts in negotiations, B, making decisions that are not ending up looking sustainable. So he throws that comment in there almost to be like, look, we're not just here to be under a cement
lay
roller.
down.
Like that's not like this is a negotiation.
All right.
Because in some ways, doesn't it feel like at times it's not? It's kind of like Steph Curry asking for a new deal. I already know what the total's going to be. Whatever the max is, that's what you get. There's no
That's what I was going to throw back at you.
This is a negotiation.
Both, You say they got their butts kicked by Bosa, but what if I tell both of you it shouldn't have been a fight? Like he was worth what you gave him to me.
Right,
He was trending and tracking that way, so he was there, Steph Curry. There shouldn't have been a fight.
There shouldn't have been. And that's where I think about the Warriors and how many times they've lost games late, like clutch games. And it's kind of like the Niners where you're losing a lot of these games late. And Ayuk, you had that game won in the first half. You were up 21 at the half, meaning if you would have signed him for what he was asking for then, it would have been less than what you ended up paying him in late August. And so I do think that's part of the Brock Purdy conversation. And, you look at Jordan Love, 4 years and $220, $55 million average annual.
First year.
$100 million guaranteed at signing. So is that like the neighborhood you want to be in, or is that the starting point for Brock?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Steiny, I hope you're having a good trip.
He landed. Yeah. Because I'm worried about flying right now. And
I heard that earlier.
Yeah,
and
I'm being real.
Yeah, you're much more at risk crossing the street, driving your car, or eating a hamburger. Those things are all more risky than flying in a plane.
But you know what I mean, though. Here recently, we seen almost the other day in Chicago, it landed and it almost like that never happened before.
It always happened.
I feel you. But hold. The hamburger thing. What? I always know that you're riskier getting in a car than a plane, but a burger?
Well,
what are you talking about?
Red meat is not necessarily the most healthy thing for you.
Opinion.
And well, it's a fact, in terms of cholesterol and
but there are pluses and minuses, so I agree with
Of course.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I just kind of threw that in for a comedic
I just want to make sure.
Comedy relief.
You stated it like it was a fact.
Right. I'm like,
very much stated like it was a fact. I was like, wait a minute.
What I'm telling you is
at least
that
once a week.
If you want to do the math on flights, and this would include the flights that I used to take when I worked for KCBS, All News 74.
When it was smooth,
traffic and weather together every 10 minutes. I was up there in a Cessna, and I flew for 5 years in a single-engine propeller
I get that.
Cessna. If you want to talk about all the flights, and then you want to do all the accidents, it is a minuscule, it's a crepuscule amount of accidents that actually happen.
Will you sit on my couch and say, Goo, I know what you're talking about here in the last month and a half. It seems like there's been some stuff.
Of course, and the other mental side, whether the math fits with it or not, here's the bottom line. If something happens with a burger or your car, you got a pretty good chance of surviving. Something happens in a plane, you gone.
That's why. Tap into what I'm talking about. Like, we're seeing stuff like,
right.
I get the old days, but stuff's been happening with the birds.
Well, and I would say that stuff's been happening, and I'm going to give you a Bobby Fitz and say, stay off of Twitter.
Because these are videos, Bob.
Right, social media.
They're on Twitter.
But if you want to go back like 30 and 40 years, these might have happened a little bit more infrequently. Because now we do have more planes, and you know what has happened to the FAA based on our current government.
Yes.
I won't go there, but we've de-emphasized the FAA, and so there are certain things that are a little bit riskier. But I mean, these things happen, and like near misses happen all the time. That's all. My advice to you would be, don't worry about
it. I got you, Goo. I got you.
But he knew what I was talking. That's why I appreciate it.
I'm flying twice in March, so maybe that's,
we got some flights on the docket.
I'm going to Vegas here.
Dude, I'm jealous.
Do you know?
I'm envious, not jealous.
3 weeks from today.
I saw someone say this, and this is what you can do. I would still take your flight.
Okay.
But I saw someone said, we have arrived back at it's okay to applaud when the plane landsville.
That is...
So when you land, just
nope.
Give the
that's all.
Give the crew a little round of applause on your way down.
Well, and I know that the seatbelt is there for turbulence, but in general, like when you take that seatbelt, it's like, oh yeah, man, let's make sure everybody's seatbelted because if this thing happens to, I
had a gripe about that. Like, miss me with putting it on. Yeah.
Like, do you want your dead body to be in a belt, in a chair, or out of a belt and out of a chair?
Run the one person that crashed and said, I had my belt on, I survived.
And the seatbelt is there for like the major turbulence where you might happen to get thrown in the air, like, oh, I hit my head on the ceiling or whatever. But yeah, if the plane breaks apart at 28,000 feet and you're belted, well, it's still going to be a classic Steph Curry up 8 in the final minute.
Do you guys have a problem with me? I'm transitioning to Deebo.
I got all kinds of problems with you.
No,
but listen, I didn't like how Deebo handled his business this year. I thought he ran from accountability. The tweet saying the reason I'm not getting the ball, that was bullpucky. And I think I liken him to a running back. The carries have caught up with him, but I cannot look at you, Willard, and say this dude was not their offense and had great moments here and should have a ring. But I am disappointed if this relationship is coming to an end.
It is.
On how it ended and the whole thing with Pepper.
Well,
I just come on, man, take some accountability.
Should we play it, Grandy? Can we play the Lynch on Deebo? Since I think my thing is still broken, I'll try it again here.
We're on good terms with Deebo. I think he's asked for a fresh start, and I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's I think often one of my favorite draft picks of my time. This guy's just he makes plays and he makes game-changing plays, and everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but, it probably makes sense. So we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
I tell you what, this just my read on it. I find this so fascinating because I think that there are a lot of 49er fans I hear that are processing this like any other trade request, similar to the Myles Garrett one, for instance. And I'm like, it could not be more different. The 49ers, in my view, are allowing Deebo to save face by presenting it to the public repeatedly as they are. Deebo has requested a trade, so we're going to honor it. Why do you think they're going to honor it? Because he requested a trade 2.5 years ago, and they didn't honor it. Because 2.5 years ago, they still wanted him to play football for their team. And now they don't. My read on this situation is that they asked him to take a pay cut. He said no. They said, well, then we're going to have to do something different. And he said, well, you could trade me. And they said, oh, we'll honor your request. The 49, you can even hear it at the end of his quote. He just sat there and said, time happens. That has nothing to do with a trade request. That tells you that the 49ers feel the same way you do, Goo. They didn't like what they saw from him this year. And so if they're wholly willing to move on, this is not because Deebo's requesting it and they like him, so they're going to, like, okay.
Honor, I got it, man.
No, they are as motivated as he is to move on. My view.
And not give him that $15 million, I believe, comes due. Right. I forget the date Randy just told me. But, man.
I believe it's March 21st.
Okay. All right.
So if they release him before that, then
you get nothing for him?
No, your dead cap is $31 million, but you do have a savings of the 15.2, which is the bonus. So, and basically that dead cap goes right away if you do it a pre-June 1st designated release. If you trade him before June 1st, the dead cap is the same and the savings is the same. If you designate it for a post-June 1st release or trade, the cap hit gets spread over 2 years. So,
but if I'm another team, why would I want to do that and give them exercise that 15? I'd be like, I can just wait till you guys cut them.
Right. Or, I mean, you can probably like designate the trade to be after the bonus, or you can, if they release him after or before March 21st, then any team can pick him up and that bonus doesn't come true.
The only reason you'd be motivated to trade anything to the 49ers to get him is so that you don't have to compete for him on the open market.
Yep.
So that's the risk.
If you think
that's how I read it. The Niners right now are putting this out there repeatedly because they would like offers to come in. If one makes sense for them based on everything with the money and all of that stuff, if one makes sense for them, they'll do it. Why would anyone offer them anything when he's going to be released? Wow. They don't want to have to battle other suitors for him. That would be the only reason. But you're not looking at a special draft pick.
And
right.
At all.
It's a day 3 pick for sure. It's a day 3.
That Sunday night in Buffalo against the Bills, that Sunday night when he had the kickoff return, I said he was back there because they were like, if you get hurt, we'll be fine. That's how I looked at it, because you treat your receivers like fine china, but there's no way for him to get but he got the ball and he looked like the old Deebo. And I'm thinking to myself, is he done like I thought? Or why on kickoff returns, when he can get that engine going, he's a problem? And we had a caller last week that said if he got with the likes of a Lamar Jackson or a running quarterback that runs more than Purdy, where you could kind of dupe him and Deebo could have the ball, then he could go be what we see on kickoff returns. I'm like, okay, I could see that. But am I being overzealous in thinking that we've seen the best of him?
I think he can still play. I don't think that's what this is about.
Really?
I think he can still play. I don't know if he can quite play the way he played before, but this is, like always, it's boring, but this is about dollars and cents. The 49ers have now got, next year, literally north of $50 million put into 2 receivers who they're not going to get anything out of.
Oh.
And so with Brandon Ayuk not being ready at the start of the season and expensive and regretful, now you also have Deebo's contract. And you need to add more to your wide receiver room, even if you kept them both.
We talked about it, Grant.
So that's a problem. So that's why I think they went to him and said, we got to pay you less. And Deebo was super proud.
And there we go, man.
They did it to Juice last year. Don't act like they won't do it to their favorites. And he said yes. Deebo said no. And by the way,
Juice doesn't have the same, pun intended, juice because there's only 8 teams that have a fullback.
And I think
and he's older.
You're right. It's all what you value. Do you want to stay with Kyle Shanahan in this group or not? And, Deebo, who already was squawking about opportunities and this, that, the other, obviously thinks there's more out there for him, so he's not going to take less. So it's time for a parting.
Yep.
That's all.
Yeah. And I will point this out with Deebo, and like a lot of us, I think sometimes forget that he had pneumonia, and pneumonia having...
Oh, when I was mad at him for being on the sideline.
Right, it's gone through my house now for the past 2 or 3 weeks, and neither my wife nor my daughter is an NFL receiver. Spoiler alert, but Deebo's numbers after he had pneumonia weren't great for a while because it takes time to get through that, but after the pneumonia, he averaged 3 catches a game, 3 and change. He had 2 touchdowns over the final 9 games, and he averaged 3.7 yards per carry, so he wasn't the same. They weren't the same. So you get to this point, and it's like, it's time to move on.
Because you would be overpaying him at this point. And I'll ask you this. Did they do a San Francisco Giant contract when they re-upped him a couple years ago, paid him for what he had done because he was everything and some? And I feel like if we put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco, he kind of didn't live up to this contract.
I mean, all the 49ers deals allow for this. When you get to the end, they can get out of it if they want.
All right.
That's like a good NFL franchise. That's what's at the back of a deal. Same thing will happen for Brock Purdy, by the way. Whatever that number is that we're all focused on. If
he can get that, there's no number that's going to floor me for Brock.
Let's say it's a 4-year extension or whatever. Then 2 to 3 years from now, then I can get out of it if they don't like what's going on. They
just have so many question marks.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they have as many.
But like the receiver one, because of IU.
They have a long to-do list.
That's it.
They have they got a very, very long to-do list.
Well, and Ayuk is definitely a question mark because now he's hurt. And you gave him such big money that I do think that that's what made Debo Samuel expendable. And we talked about this last year about this time. Like, you're not going to pay 2 wide receivers this kind of money. And we all thought that it would be, is it Deebo and not Brandon? Pittsburgh. Filipponi said Pittsburgh's at the goal line. They're going to keep Deebo and trade Ayuk. And, you signed Ayuk and you kept Deebo, and it felt like, okay, this is the year. And then you go 6-11, and Ayuk tears his ACL and his MCL, and Deebo's got pneumonia and has a down year. And now you look at it, and it might not be either one of them.
I'm going to walk to the caddy, and I want this answer from both of you because I missed my hair appointment. Not that I get a perm, it's natural. But
J.J. Watt once said there's no confidence like fresh cut confidence. J.J. Watt.
I said I want to do a documentary when women and men get their hair done. First 40 seconds of how'd you just feel brand new?
You're a foot above the ground. But anyway, you're about to ask a question. Go ahead.
Is Drake Greenlaw a Niner or not?
I'm feeling 60% no. I hope so.
Oh, I'm 70% yes.
To see,
and John Lynch,
You need him.
by the way, if you're listening to us right now, John Lynch, you're going to hear everybody do the Purdy and the Deebo and the Deebo and the Purdy.
Did he
addressed all kinds of stuff. Yes, including Dre Greenlaw. And we will have all
I didn't hear that.
We will play the pertinent stuff all together to let you just soak it all in 10 minutes.
All right,
okay,
there we
play
go.
all that.
When's Bogut?
Bogut is in exactly an hour.
All right.
Andrew Bogut at 3:15. And then other than that, we'll be taking your calls and we'll be talking.
And Bogut was not at the shindig last night.
Because he lives in Australia.
I got down under as Evan told me.
Yeah, it is already Thursday where Andrew is. And I'm very excited to call him and find out what happens.
Yeah, how is it?
I'm going to ask him if I should lay some money on the Bulls tonight.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah. All right. And where are we going to do all that, Drew?
95-7 the game.
There you go.
Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Let's do this. I'm excited about today, man. I am excited about today. This is one of those days, and I hope to feel like this every day. Dude, we can do 8 hours. We can do 8 hours today.
Easy.
Don't
Four
worry,
on each team.
Don't worry, we're not gonna. But we could, because in addition to the Warriors getting another win, Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green talking about Jonathan Kuminga, and then Steve Kerr talking about him in a very different way. Kevin Durant goes on Draymond Green's podcast, okay, and talks about an offseason trade, maybe to the Warriors. All of this is sitting there, and then right before we get going today, here comes John Lynch to the podium.
John Lynch.
Yeah. To the podium to get everybody all stirred up about a bunch of other stuff. So like we just mentioned, 10 minutes from now, if you have not heard any of the key things that John Lynch said, we will have all of it for you uninterrupted so that you can start to make your own decisions, gather your thoughts, and then weigh in with us at 888-957-9570. And then, as we said, Andrew Bogut is 55 minutes away. He was not able to come out and celebrate with the 2015 team last night, but we'll do it over the phone coming up at 3:15. So, what stood out to you about the John Lynch comments?
Well, two things mainly. One, Deebo's gone. No matter what, he's gone. Trade or cut. And yesterday I was kind of making the analogy of it's trade, cut, or pay. And I guess pay would be a restructure. Well, they're not going to do that. So either they find somebody to give them a 6th or a 7th or maybe a conditional 5th. Deebo is going to be gone. Before we get to the end of March, before we get to mid-March, before I go on my trip to Vegas for March Madness, which is, I believe, 3 weeks from today.
I love this time of year where you reference it every day because you're counting the minutes.
We have a thread with my boys and I, and last year we had 10 of us there, and so now the 10 of us have a thread, and I started the countdown when we got halfway through the year, and I said, just so you know, we're at 182 days and counting. We're already closer than we are further away. So before I leave, which is actually 3 weeks from tomorrow. Today's Wednesday, and except for Andrew Bogut, it's Thursday. So
correct.
3 weeks from tomorrow, I'm gone. Before I leave, he'll be gone. He'll leave before I leave. And the other piece is this Brock Purdy, we want him, we're going to pay him, cookie cutter, let's get it done. It's going to be a little bit tougher than I thought. It's not going to be as simple as, Brock, what do you think? Okay, we'll do it.
Well,
I think it's going to be a little bit more sticky and a little bit tougher based on what John said.
Okay, and we're going to play it again here in a second, and then again we'll get to all of it here in about 8 minutes. But just because you referenced it, let's let everybody hear it, and then first of all, everybody pray together. Are you a big believer in prayer? I want everybody to say, "Come on, touch screen sound thingamajig. Let's make sure that we work this time."
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations, like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
Okay, so your thought
That
was
last piece.
Well, but your thought was a little bit more specific to Brock. Who knows? Maybe you're right. My thought is a little broader. I don't think it's about Brock. I think it's just about contract negotiations in general.
Yeah.
I think John threw that in there because the 49ers do not want to be known as, like those cartoons where like when the cement mixer's coming flying down the street and there's always like Goofy or somebody just gets completely sandwiched in the cartoons. You're allowed to live through that. Like that's the 49ers the last couple of summers when it comes to big time contract negotiations. And I know this for a fact. Ooh, they do not like that. And I'm not saying they're doing it for social media or for the fan base, but they do not like the concept that the Niners, well, we're just here to just give everybody what they want. What do you need, Nick? Oh, 30's not enough? You want 34? Okay. Oh, Brandon, you don't like 27? How about 28? No? 30? You got it. They hate that. They hate that. And the concept is very much out there that the Niners have gotten their butts kicked in contract negotiations the last couple summers. So I really think they want it to be known just because Brock is a good quarterback and quarterback money is huge, that does not mean we're here with a blank check. I think that's why you heard that comment there at the end.
I get it, but when you look at, who they have been, and you look position by position, how many positions is the highest paid player at that position a 49er? And you start to go through it, and it is Nick Bosa. At the time, I'm not sure if he's been usurped.
He's actually still the highest paid defensive player in the game.
You've got Christian McCaffrey, highest paid running back.
Deserve it.
Kyle Juszczyk, highest paid fullback.
Still true?
Yeah, I believe so.
Took the pay cut.
There's only a couple of fullbacks.
Yeah, there's only four of them
in football, but you start to go through and you look at all the positions. Tight end, George Kittle is, if not number one,
up there.
He's really high on the list. And so as you start to pick your way through it, they've been the team to give out the big bucket, the big bag to all these guys. And now your quarterback is up, and normally the quarterback resets the market. We know that's how it goes. If you have a quarterback you want to keep, that's what you do. But what I'm hearing from John right there was like, there's no guarantee. The idea that he used the phrase, no guarantee, tells me that they're not ready to go $63.5 million per year. Here you go.
We're not just here for your bank account. We're here to run a business and win football games.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. If you've missed any of what John Lynch said today, getting ready for the combine, my goodness, you're going to need more than 10 fingers to count up the interesting things that he said. And we'll play all of it for you immediately coming up next before we then get a chance to all react to it together. It's a Warriors Wednesday as well, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, a Lennox premier dealer, locally and family owned, and the home of old-fashioned.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
So
What
he's
was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
See, red meat won't kill you now.
No.
I mean, maybe. I think it might heal you, too. It might let you get $34 million a year. Who knows?
Yeah,
Who
that'd be
knows?
awesome.
Wagyu. 888
Like me.
No, Wagyu.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
888-957-957. You're going to want that number because we would love to hear from you to take your phone calls on what stands out to you and how you translate everything that John Lynch said today when he met the media in preparation for the Combine. And if you don't know what he said, we're here for you. This is all of the good, juicy, meaty stuff, all put together. Everything that John addressed, from Brock Purdy to Debo Samuel to Dre Greenlaw to Trent Williams and more. So sit back, relax, listen to all of this. It's really, really good stuff about the 49er offseason, and it starts out with John addressing his quarterback.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that. So,
have you talked to Trent Williams recently, and is he definitely playing football this season?
Trent's playing, and he's ready. And, I think he's really motivated to come back, and when you're that's rarefied air that Trent lives in, and when you're a player that has experience playing at those heights, you don't want to play unless you're playing at that level. And I think that's where Trent's at, and I think we're going to see a real motivated Trent Williams to come back and have a great year, and that's a good thing for us.
How's Christian McCaffrey doing for the
He's doing great. Christian's doing really well, and I think was real frustrated with the way last season went, and doing everything as possible as he did in preparation for last year. And we're hoping CMC's out there going to have a tremendous year. If he's healthy, he will have a tremendous year. That's just what he does.
Is the expectation that he'll be ready for the offseason program?
I think so. I think at least parts of it. We'll be judicious and follow the medical folks' advice on that. But Christian's, he's done a great job doing the rehab. He's tireless. If anything, you always gotta say whoa to Christian. And as my friend Mike Tomlin, it's a lot better to have to say whoa than it is to say sick him. So Christian is a whoa guy, and because he's going to do everything possible to give himself a chance.
Is there a health update on Brandon Ayuk? There was also a report from the Combine that teams are poking around, interested in trading for him. Is there any interest?
Yeah, that typically happens with really good players. I remember, I think 2 years ago, having similar conversations. You get calls, and you always listen to calls, and I think since Kyle and I've been here, we've been, certainly a top 5, I believe, number 2 cash spending team. In the last 5 years, I think or 4 years, going into the 4th year, I think we're the 4th highest cash spending team. So at some point, you have to reset a little bit, or at least recalibrate. You can't just keep pressing the pedal. And I think there's some good that can come out of it. We need to get younger. I think we're the oldest team in football, trying to make a run at the deal last year. And I think it's good to constantly get younger. Our draft class last year was a great move towards that. We'll have 4 picks in the top 100. If the comp picks happen like we see it, that's always a calculation. We'll have 10 picks overall, and we're excited about adding more youth to a great core of players that we already have.
We asked you about Deebo last month. You said you're not interested in moving on from a good player. Since then, he's requested a trade.
Yeah.
What's the latest with him?
Yeah. Still not interested, Grant, but along those lines of the financial constraints and some conversations we've had with Deebo, it's something, we've been forthright with that. We're on good terms with Deebo. I think, he's asked for a fresh start, and, I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's, I think often one of my favorite draft picks in my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but, it probably makes sense. So we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
Is this the week that you expect to start getting maybe a little bit more clarity on Greenlaw, Hufanga, just through conversations as to whether or not you might be able to bring them back?
Yeah, those guys are fantastic players. Of course, we have interest in bringing them back, and, we'll work our tails off to try to make that happen. Whether it does, can't tell you that, but I think in the near future here, things are kicking off. So, we've been in contact with them, and their representatives will continue to be.
What's the challenging part of a situation like Deebo's, where it's a good player who requests a trade? What's the most challenging aspect of a situation like that?
Love. There's a lot of love there. There's a lot of respect there. There's a lot of shared experiences. So to let that go, that's difficult. But like I said, time happens, and if it makes sense for both sides, you at least give it a chance, and so that's where we're at.
Did he explain why he wanted a fresh start?
Yeah, but I'm not. Those are personal conversations, and like I said, everybody's on good terms. And, hopefully we find a great place. Then we'll have to make a decision if we don't. But there's been a lot of interest around the league.
Is there a scenario where he actually does come back?
There's always a scenario. I've learned that as well. Yeah.
You mentioned the possibility of bringing back Javon Hargrave. Is that still a possibility in your eyes? And do you view defensive tackle as a priority this offseason?
It is, but I would tell you, I think the D tackle market's going to be, those guys, it's a premium position, and they typically do well. And even Javon, who's coming off the tricep, I think he's well on his way to being healthy, and I think it'd be a robust market, but we'll see. And we've had good discussions with Javon. When we kind of talked about the transaction we were going to make, that we'd be interested in a scenario where he comes back, and hopefully we can be involved in that. We'll see.
Hey John, you mentioned prospects that are good players but maybe have more developmental upside versus impact prospects that come in right away. With the quarterback potentially having a big number going forward, does that kind of influence how you see those two and which you might lean more toward?
One more time when we're on that question.
Yeah, you mentioned the players that are good players but have more developmental upside.
Yes.
Versus impact players that you might draft.
Yeah.
Quarterback having a big number, does that maybe influence how you see that, which way you go more because of that?
Yeah, the one thing I've learned in this deal is everything is tied to everything, particularly when you're talking about a position like the quarterback position and the effect it has on your entire team. Now, they can lift your entire team, but it can affect your entire team, and we'll see where that goes. But our intention is to have a really good team around, and whatever that entails, but it does have an impact, to say the least.
All right, so there's John Lynch getting ready for the combine with comments that spanned from Brock Purdy to Debo Samuel to Christian McCaffrey to Trent Williams to the defensive tackle market to the openness and willingness to still talk about Javon Hargrave and others who are actually free agents, Talanoa, Hufanga, and beyond, but then circles back to the quarterback situation because obviously that's the linchpin around which everything is going to sort of orbit. So 888-957-9570 is the number on anything that kind of stands out to you. But to me, when you have a press conference like this, and we know how these things work, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, or anyone's going to sit down with a small group of PR people with the 49ers and be like, okay, A, what are the things we want to address? B, what are the things I'm likely going to be asked? And then C, how do we want to answer those things? And then D, is there anything that's kind of out of left field that I should know about? That's kind of the discussion that happens before these. So this is a coordinated message. And to me, the message that the 49ers want to strike is we are not going to let our players push us around. That's the message that I got.
A big part of it, and the things I wrote down were that, and also he said that they're the oldest team in football.
Yep.
And I don't know if that is absolutely the fact, but the idea that they're an old team, and you look at how many guys they have in their early 30s, they got some mid-30s as well. You're the oldest team in football, which tells me what I heard him say is we have to get younger. And Deebo's a guy coming up on 30. And if you have a young receiver that you can draft in the 3rd or 4th round who's 22, well, you get younger. And Pearsall is younger, and Cowing is younger, and Juwan Jennings is younger, and Ayuk is younger. So I was hearing that and thinking about that fact in terms of a lot of different positions. And the other one was Javon Hargrave, where, they did what they did contractually. They let him go. And I think that the team is kind of hoping that they can get him back for a super, super discounted rate. But like he said, the D-tackle market's going to be very competitive. And, there aren't a lot of those really good proven players out there. So that's another one where you're looking to get younger. And by younger, it also means cheaper.
Well, it's interesting because, the question I would throw out to everybody is how cutthroat do you want the 49ers to play this offseason? The interesting thing is last year, I would argue that most of us did not want the 49ers to be very cutthroat. Nobody wanted that. And the reason for that was because they were a breath away from winning the Super Bowl. And so when you're a breath away from winning the Super Bowl, the fan base's thought is, dude, we're right there. Don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. So Brandon Ayuk ends up in a perfect position to where he's like, we're negotiating. And everyone's like, well, we can't lose Brandon Ayuk. And the Niners are like, yeah, we kind of agree. We also think these negotiations are kind of BS, the way that Brandon's handling it. And then it becomes this whole thing. And then Trent jumps in. There was a little Christian McCaffrey at the beginning as well. And all of a sudden, everybody's getting paid. And then the worst possible thing happens, which is just about everybody who got paid, they all got hurt. Some of them really, really bad, to the point where they could never come back. Or they came back and then had to leave again in the case of Christian McCaffrey. And so I think the Niners came out of last offseason very scarred by their experience. But what that sets up now is a very fine line that they need to walk. And that's what I would ask our 49er fan listeners. How cutthroat do you want them to play this offseason? Whether it is with Brock Purdy, Debo Samuel, or anybody who's on the way in, or Hargrave, anyone else who's on the way out, Dre Greenlaw, etc. Because now the fan base is in this mood where it's like, yeah, make moves. Get Deebo out of here. Let's go. Get younger. I want the 49ers to run their team. I want them to be in charge. I don't want them to lose all of their negotiations. This is me speaking as a fan. At the same time, though, if that's your message and that's your effort, you are running a risk because now you're negotiating with the most important position in sports. And if that bleeds all summer long, well, you're going to end up in a really bad spot again.
Yeah, because you need your quarterback to be there with your young receivers. If Deebo gets dealt with, if he gets traded or cut before March 21st, then, okay, that's like 90, I would put that at a 98% certainty that that's the way it goes with Deebo. And it's been a great run. Deebo's had a lot of great moments and all the rest of it, but I do think that they're going to move off of Deebo. So assuming that, and you look at your receiver core, now you've got Juwan Jennings. You don't have Brandon Ayuk yet because he's not going to be there for off-season workouts. You've got Cowing and Pearsall and not a lot else. And so do you want your quarterback to be there with two guys entering their second year and Juwan Jennings, who's going to have to step forward and really carry a big load early on? Absolutely. So for me, if you want to go into the offseason, this is different than Brandon Ayuk. You wanted Brandon done before he got done, but with the quarterback, you need to have this thing done a lot sooner. That way he can feel whole and he can go out there with his receivers and they can start to get some continuity and some chemistry.
No doubt. Well, and that's also, I think, why you're hearing John Lynch talk about we got to get younger. There's two reasons behind that. One of it, and it's where the mind goes, I think, when he first says that, is, well, yeah, you got to get younger because you got beat up by injuries and you know, some of these players are, now they're on the downside, they're not producing as well. But the other reason to go younger is financial and power. Like that's the other reason I think the 49ers would like to get younger, because younger is cheaper and younger is easier to control. Like, let's be real. The 49ers went to the Super Bowl and they came out of it with a loss and a bunch of players who thought they had the whole damn world in their hands. And a lot of them were right. You know, Nick Bosa did before they went to the Super Bowl, but they came out of the Super Bowl and they were the big talk. Like they lost, but it was almost like they won because the whole world's like, well, that's the best team. And now they're going to run it back. Okay, let's run it back. Well, Christian's like, I'm going to get mine. And Trent's like, I'm going to get mine. And Brandon's over here with a big neon sign. I'm definitely going to get mine. And the 49ers are looking at this going, okay, yeah, we want to keep this together, but man, like, how are we supposed to keep everybody happy here? And I think that they made some poor decisions last year because they did try to keep everybody happy, and it didn't make everybody happy. And first and foremost, it ended up all blowing up in their face and leading to a 6-11 season.
Yes, but I don't think that the contracts completely led to the 6-11. I think that Ayuk
not on its own.
Ayuk came out slow. He was starting to actually play pretty well. He had one good game and he got hurt.
Yeah.
I do think that he was trending in the right direction, and then he tore up his ACL. McCaffrey was a guy who started slow because of the calf, and then he got hurt. Trent had personal tragedy, as did Mooney Ward. Those are things that you can't really control. Greenlaw wasn't ready until it was probably too late. So there were things that were not contractually based that were problems. But to your point, I look at this year in the offseason, and you have the Deebo thing to address, and it looks like they're going to move off of Deebo. You got Brock Purdy, and you definitely want to sign him for how much and for how long and how soon. But there are other ones out there, and I'm looking at George Kittle, who's now 31 and a half, and he's in the final year of his deal. So to your point about fans and hardball, how hard do you want the Niners to be with a player like George Kittle who, look, George Kittle's amazing. He's a top 3, 2, 1 tight end in football, but he is 31. So do you want to give him a 4-year deal? Because he's got one more year.
Yeah, I don't
do you
think
want to
that,
give him, but what do you want to do with George Kittle? That to me.
Extend him, but not 4 years.
Right, but that is kind of what you're talking about with, like, hardball, or, what do you want the Niners to do with your favorite guys?
I think, but maybe favorite guys isn't what we're talking about, because you can extend George Kittle and probably do some things in other spots. Like I would rather the 49ers, if you want to play hardball, do it with the people who didn't play great last year. George Kittle's the last guy on my list.
Right.
He was phenomenal. Might have been their best player last year. So John Lynch did talk about it. He said, we are very motivated, as is George, for him to retire as a 49er. Like Kittle is getting sort of near Draymondville, where it's like,
$100 million.
Well, but he's getting near that spot where you're like, is he going to finish his career here? Or, like, is that not going to work out? Like, what does he want? Like, is there value to keeping him even when he starts to go downhill a little bit? These questions are going to start coming up. For me, George is still playing at a very high level, heart and soul guy, kind of the logo of the franchise right now. I think he's important for Brock Purdy. They seem to work really well together, both as far as a pass catcher and just emotionally. I think all of that stuff's important. I'd like to see them extend George Kittle, not for a long period of time, but extend him, yes. John Lynch also said, though, he goes, right now that's just a timing thing, because as we said in the crossover, this team's got a big old to-do list. And extending George Kittle right now is not one of the top 5 things on the list.
It's not. It's Deebo, it's Brock, and then I think it's
personnel, like acquisitions, right?
Sure, free agency.
Yes.
And that all is going to happen. And if you want to look at their free agent list right now, and we've done this before, but there's a lot of guys I think that are question marks, like Talanoa Hufanga is a player who's been great. He's also been a little bit less than great. Do you want to give him, an extension? And his average annual was not great. The value of his contract was only 3.7. I think that his number goes up, but how much do you want to pay for Hufanga when you've drafted guys who maybe can replace him? Jordan Mason is a guy who you'd like to keep as your backup.
He's restricted.
He's restricted, and I know that there's a whole thing about the tender and where you put it, and it's a lot of legalese, mumbo jumbo. For me, the conversation is, do you want him or don't you want him? And the other one is Dre Greenlaw. And, if another team wants to give Greenlaw $6 million a year, are you willing to match that, to keep Dre around? Like, I do think that there are questions with those 3 players beyond it's Brock and Deebo, and then it's what do you do in free agency, but also your own free agents. Aaron Banks is a free agent, a guy who's been pretty good for you at guard, and he's probably your 3rd best offensive lineman. How much do you want to completely overhaul your O-line? So I do think that they have in-house decisions to make before they start going out there and looking for free agents.
Let's go to the phones. Daniel in the city is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Daniel, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen. Appreciate you. Listen every day.
Thanks, man.
Bottom line, I'm fourth-gen San Francisco, right? I think there's a lot of listeners on the call, on the radio right now, who have never seen the Niners win a Super Bowl, right? And the reality is that after last year's game when we lost, what really infuriated me and a lot of people was that the entire conversation was how we're going to re-sign Ayuk and how we're going to deal with this drama, this, and this. I never heard one person get up in the offseason and talk about how we're going to go back to the Super Bowl and win, right? And I think a lot of us were anxious. We wanted to hang on to what we had, so we bent over backwards and put up with all the shenanigans, people holding out. And what did we get? We got a big payroll. We got a bunch of people that are out of shape who ended up getting injured in the season. And so after all that, where were we? We were watching other people play in the playoffs, right? And I think the only silver lining to this whole situation is this. I think the fans are fed up. I was in the stadium when Deebo got booed after he dropped that ball, complaining he wasn't getting enough target.
Yep.
And everything shifted that moment. So I'm just telling you right now, the leadership. By the way, I want to go back to the drama we had before with Jed York and his hands on the team and how that just blew up. As soon as they stopped that, the team got back on track. We need to get back on track, and we need to sit down with these players and their agents and say, you want to cut a deal? Let's go in the room and cut a deal. But you're going to be in the preseason, you're going to practice, and you're going to show up. And if you don't like those terms, there's a bunch of other teams that will take your shenanigans, right? And I think the fans will have their backs. The fans are fed up with being put through all that shenanigans and then end up not even being able to go to a playoff.
Yeah, hey, Daniel, I think it's a great call. Thank you very much for listening and for checking in. I really do. I think that there's a vibe to that. I mean, the way we talk about it on the radio, it's probably not that firm. I don't think they speak to agents the way we speak to a child. Right. But
look, agent.
Yeah, this is what we're doing, and if you don't like it, you can go play for the Saints. I do think, though, there's something to what Daniel's saying. Again, the messaging I hear, we went 6-11 after a year, if not two, where we were out here just handing out money to everybody because we all just think you're the bee's knees and we think we can win it all. And then you go 6-11, and I think Lynch and Shanahan and Parag and others got together and they're like, we need to take this team back. This is our team. This is our team. We run it, and we need to take it back. And so if that means that somebody who is right at the front of the boombox has to go, then somebody at the front of the boombox has to go.
And if you have to
didn't work.
If you have to eat $30 million as a result, then you eat it.
Eat $30 million.
That's the way it goes. And if you have to give your quarterback, if you have to battle your quarterback to get that number down to where you're more comfortable, you can do that because he's only making $1 million. So if you offer him 55, he probably takes it.
Probably.
If you give him the Jordan Love deal, and we can get into that on the other side.
I think so.
I think he takes the Jordan Love deal if you give it to him right now.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More to discuss there, and your phone calls certainly welcome, 888-957-9570. Also, Joe Lacob with a banger on the TK show that we want to play for you with regard to his goals over the next 15 years. We'll play that for you, and Andrew Bogut is going to join us in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members, and as always, save up to 20%.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Kelly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
You missed your calling there, bro.
Oh, man. Well, I tried. I went and won the drama award in middle school. Then I got to high school, and they were waiting for me.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm going to go play basketball.
Sports, man.
I'll see.
That's enough for me, Doug.
I'm going to go ride the bench on the basketball team. You do all your singing and dancing and carrying on over here in the next.
Man.
Yeah, I'm going to do some sports.
It's so funny because I went the reverse where I got to high school and it's like sports, they don't want me because I'm small, weak, slow, and can't jump. And so musical theater, here I come.
Dang.
Da, 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 da.
Who'd you play?
Well, I played Little Orphan Danny. Thank you. No, I played Earthquake Magoon in Little Abner.
Earthquake Magoon.
Yes.
All right.
He's the bully, and so it was kind of a bit because I was 4'10", so they had me play the bully.
The bully.
And then I played in the musical theater production of Mame, I played Little Patrick. And you want to talk about a trap. I walked into that audition, 57 girls, 3 boys. And it's like, I'm not walking out of here without a lead role. Can't sing, can't dance, can't really act. You're hired.
That's just
stupid.
The way you led into that reminded me of the Open. Do you remember the old MTV show Singled Out?
Oh, yeah.
You get 50 guys and 50 girls. But yours was different because it was 57 girls and 3 guys.
Right. So if you
that would have
walked
been
in,
a more interesting dating show for the guys at least.
Right. I still would have struck out probably 54 times, but the point of the story is when you're in that paradigm and they need men in a musical theater, boys in a musical theater production, you get a role.
Yeah, you're going to get you get a role. You get a role.
Good Lord.
You get a role.
Should have stuck to cross country.
All right, do you get a star, and you get a star, and you get a star? Because if you listen to Joe Lacob, that's all that's going to keep happening. And I have not listened to this yet, but I have a feeling it's going to scare me. I really do. I'm not kidding here. Joe Lacob is one of the best owners in sports. So get that out of the way, get that out of your head, get it out of your mouth, all of that stuff. Joe Lacob is one of the best owners in sports. Period. End of sentence. But I do have questions when Steph Curry leaves. And I'd be fine if Joe would just say, and we have questions when Steph Curry leaves. But that's not what Joe says. Joe will keep telling you that when number 30 leaves, oh, watch the Amazeballs Warriors after that. They're just going to keep on holding parades constantly. At least that's the goal. And I got no problem with goals. But let's hear it, okay? TK Show, Andrew Bogut in 10 minutes on Willard and Dibbs. TK Show, Joe Lacob on the goal going forward into the post-Steph era.
We're going to do everything we can to try to maintain and be a significant NBA franchise with aspirations to win championships for as many years of the next 15 that I'm doing this as we have over the prior 15. Whether we'll achieve it, I'm sure I can see the text right now from the internet saying, oh, Lacob, you're ridiculous. You're done when this group's gone. Well, don't really think so. So, I'm sorry. I refuse to admit that. We're going to continue to try hard, work real hard, and if it takes spending money to make money or spending money to, in this case, win, if that's what it takes within the construct of the rules, we do that. But whatever it takes, we're going to do it because I'm not here to screw around. We're not here to screw around. This is not some passive thing for me. This is every day, every night, waking up. I think about it all day, all night. And it's what we do. It's what we want to do. It's what we enjoy doing. We want to win. We want to be a significant player in the NBA landscape every year.
Okay, listen, I love the tone of it. I really do. I do think he's crazy, but I also think crazy is good. It's good for that job. That's like tucked into all of that. You could never ask for more from an owner of your favorite team than that, where he's like, I live, breathe, sleep, winning. I'm obsessed with this going well. As opposed to, I'm obsessed with making money, and if we've got to move to Sacramento and become the blanks, We will.
I thought you were going to go to, we're obsessed with breaking even.
I mean,
we're just trying to break even out here.
There's not another owner in sports that strikes the right chord as Joe Lacob when it comes to that. But at the same time, as he called it, texts from the internet.
Yep, which is fine.
It's fine. I'm looking at him right now.
95797.
Yeah.
57.
He's right. He's right. Everybody is going to think that that's crazy talk. I can't wait to sit back and watch him try.
Yes, I can't wait either. And I was just thinking about how ludicrous that is. And then I thought about the Lakers and what they did in 30 years from 1980 to 2010. And they won 10 titles. Magic, Kareem, Shaq and Kobe, a dollop of Pow, other supporting players. So in 30 years, which is what Joe's talking about, 15 down, they've got 4, 15 to go. They would need 6 in the next 15 to get the 10 that the Lakers got in that 30-year span. I know it's a different league now because back then it was Lakers and Celtics and maybe 2 other teams who ever had a chance. A lot more parity now, international players. A lot more teams have stars and whatnot, but that's where the bar is because the Lakers won 10 and 30. Joe's got 4 and 15, which I will never scoff at it. And I'll be honest, when he came in with that same level of hubris and cocksure and ego, I scoffed.
Of course.
I mocked. I did the whole thing.
Everyone thought it was ridiculous. Especially with this organization.
Right.
With where this fan base has been. And I'd say that's the only difference to what you're talking about is, are the Warriors different under Joe Lacob? Yeah, and so are we. Like, we grew up watching a Warrior franchise where if we made it to the first round, everybody was like, we don't need to go to June for a parade. We could just do this now. How about make burgers at McDonald's and we'll call them the Tim and Chris burger. Or if you want, you can call them a Chris and Tim burger. And we're going to celebrate this first round. That's who we used to be.
Yep.
And now we're over here going, 6 seed, joke. Absolute joke. So we're different, and that's good. And they're different, and that's good. My question is, okay, Joe, you want to do 4 more? Obviously, that means that even if you still believe Steph's got another one in him, you want to do 4 more. So who's going to be that person? And with all this money that you're spending on these guys now, how are you going to acquire new players? This was my question after the Jimmy Butler deal. My biggest concern was that they essentially put all their resources into that deal. And then they're going to sign Kuminga, and they've got no room else to do anything else ever for the next 3 or 4 years. Well, that question came up. Listen to what he said again on the TK show.
We have optionality. I mean, one of the things about our position, which I don't think the media portrays entirely accurately or to its fullest extent, is that when you compare us to some other teams who have gone, quote, all in, we've gone all in on money more than any other team. We've paid whatever to bring people, to try to win. But we have all of our draft choices after this one's up this year, past this summer. Basically, all of our draft choices with part of 2030, I think, isn't ours. But basically, going forward, the vast majority of our draft picks we have a lot of good young players. We haven't given up any of them, really. And so I think if we wanted to change things around at some point this summer or whenever, we have the option to do that. We have the assets to do that.
Now that really speaks to me. That's interesting. Now, it's just words right now. You got to see it. But there's no reason to doubt Joe Lacob when he's talking about the willingness to spend money. And if I misread that upon the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, then, that's bad on me. But I really thought that deal meant the Warriors, to a certain degree, were all in and doors closed. Joe is like, we can still spend more, and we have assets that we can use. And to a degree, and maybe to a very large degree, he is right. Because they waited for a deal where they did not have to give up a ton, and you look at what would their potential assets be this offseason. Well, good Lord, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski has revitalized his value. Even a Moses Moody is a piece. And just about all of your draft picks.
Yep.
And in a pinch, if you're needing to match major salaries, Jimmy Butler is a piece that's tradable.
Yeah.
And is playing very well still. So
Draymond Green.
And Draymond Green, sure. Yeah. And everybody.
Not named Steph.
Not named Steph.
Buddy Hield's making nothing. And so if you're a team that needs an eighth man shooter, a guy who he can shoot.
He'll hit a three now.
He will. And he's not making a lot. And his salary is very flat over the next couple of years. So they do have assets. And what I heard him say is a little bit like the LA Rams with kind of F them picks because they don't have this year's pick, most likely. And he mentioned the 2030 pick. I don't know exactly when or how that would confer, but that means over the next 4 years after this year, you have picks that you can shop.
All right, let's talk about all this with Andrew Bogut, shall we? Along with celebrating him and the 2015 team as they did last night, Bogut from Down Under is going to join us next. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Head down to Ceremony Ford to lease a 2024 Mustang Mach-E Select or 2024 Ford Lightning and receive the Ford Power Promise that includes standard home installation of a Ford charge station. It's located right off 280 in Colma, Daly City. Ceremony Ford, your San Francisco EV dealer. Andrew Bogut joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
BMO presents a totally natural conversation between friends.
Danny, did I tell you I switched to...
On the River Islands guest line, and we're thrilled to have him. So thankful. Andrew Bogut joining us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Hey, Andrew, how you doing, man?
Good, yourself?
We're doing great, man. First of all, just want to sort of like, because you didn't get to do it in person last night, kind of like send along the love from the entire Warrior fan base and the organization about the 2015 team. Were you following along with that in any way or talking to any of the guys?
Not really, to be honest with you. I had the invite, which only came to me about a month ago. So as our American friends don't usually realise, Australia's a pretty far place to just jump on a quick flight for a game. So I couldn't organisationally get down there. But, you know, it was obviously a great night and a very special time. And texted with a few other teammates that weren't there on the night as well, and would have liked to have been there, but it just, scheduling being this far away from the US just didn't work.
Yeah, it's great to hear you, and I'm sure Bay Area fans, Warrior fans are loving this because you instantly became a fan favorite because the way you played and your personality. When you think about that season, 2015, that culminated in a title, what are some of the things that you remember and some of your takeaways from that year?
I think just the way it all came together, I think it was just an anomaly, really. Like we had a pretty decent squad that was building into something special, had a good mix of youth, a good mix of veteran leadership. We had great role players and just started the season off pretty well, and everything just kind of fell together perfectly. You know, our roles were established just naturally, and it just was an enjoyable way. I mean, when you can play basketball the way that squad did, obviously later on KD came and the system was a little bit different, but I believe, and I'm not being biased, that those 2 years that I played there were two of the best years of professional basketball I've played as far as enjoyment, and just the way everything was in sync and the ball moves, and we didn't have to overthink things. Everyone kind of knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, had each other's backs. It was just all automatic. It wasn't some sort of integral offense that we put together or defense. It was literally just having guys that was, high basketball like you guys playing together and having time to make mistakes over the course of the years and play together and go through ups and downs. And it all just came together, and it was just a beautiful way to play, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really was beautiful basketball to watch. And Andrew, I don't know if this comment got back to you, but last night Steve Kerr was asked about the team and said who was kind of the underrated or unsung hero of this whole thing, and he mentioned your name. Did you know that?
Yeah, Raymond Rutter sent me the clip, so yeah, pretty cool. Big compliment from Steve, and appreciate that. I had ups and downs all throughout my Warriors times as well, with injuries and whatnot, but felt like I provided something that was lacking before I got to Golden State, and that was physical presence. Wasn't afraid to hit people, set hard screens, rebound, block shots, and it fit in as a perfect piece of the puzzle. So, just getting through the playoffs that year and having a battle with Deebo and Gasol and Dwight Howard and some of these big guys. And then obviously, in the Cleveland series was a little bit of a different matchup, didn't play as much, but providing kind of what I could was really cool, and it's nice to get that notoriety.
Also, in just thinking back to those times, like, I don't know what word you'd use for it. I want to ask you if it's surprising to you, or how would you describe the fact that some of those teammates, they're still here and they're still playing at a high level? Like, would you have foreseen that then?
Yeah, I mean, Steph just doesn't age, right? Like, he's usually guards have a pretty steep decline once it hits, just because speed goes, and then you lose your quickness, and it's pretty hard to keep up with these young guys coming into the league. And then Draymond probably a little bit more unsurprising, just because he's not, this isn't a knock, but he was never a guy that played strictly on athleticism or speed. He plays a lot on basketball IQ. He's got really long arms, multi-positional, and he's just a gritty guy. So you could see him playing later on to his 30s, but Steph's just been fantastic. And considering, where his body started in his NBA career with all the injuries that he had and issues of just getting healthy to where he is now is phenomenal. And it's just a testament to how much time and effort he puts in to be a professional.
And to that end, Andrew Bogut here on 95.7 The Game, on that championship team, you had Draymond in his second year, Clay in his third, Steph in his fifth. Did you, at that moment, project out what these three guys would eventually be 10 years later?
Oh, it's always hard to figure out kind of the trajectory. You obviously Steph come from multiple MVP years and whatnot, so you kind of knew that his star was at the top and continuing to rise. Seeing Clay, definitely just his scoring ability and Draymond, and we had other guys too. Harrison Barnes is still floating around the league, and it's definitely cool to see when you retire and 5-6 years post retirement, you still got ex-teammates floating around. Really, really cool.
Andrew Bogut with us, and Andrew, I know you do still follow the league, and so certainly curious about your take on the trade deadline, how that is filtered through the Western Conference, and do you sort of buy the talk that's happening around here, courtesy of Draymond, that this is now a championship contender?
Look, when they made the trade, I was wondering how it was going to work just from a shooting point of view, because Jimmy's not a your classic catch and shoot 3-point guy that you can kind of defensively you can muck off him. So I thought with him and Draymond and line up at times, is that going to work? But it's been a great fit. I think it's given life to Draymond. It's given life to Steph. I think they feel like they got a genuine chance now. I saw Dunleavy Jr.'s interview after the trade a couple of weeks back, and he mentioned that the big thing they wanted from Jimmy was that they got an issue of not getting to the free throw line, which has kind of always been an issue for the Warriors, just with the run and gun style and so many 3-point attempts. Even when I was there, we just didn't get to the free throw line a lot. And Jimmy just fills that beautifully. He's an 8 to 10 free throw a night guy. When you've got clunky, crappy offensive possessions, he'll get to the line and knock down some shots and calm things down. And he's an elite defender. So now you've got an elite perimeter defender, an elite inside defender with Draymond. Put some pieces around that. I tell you what, I think they'll finish higher than they are now, but if they happen to get an 8 seed and you're OKC, I don't think you want to see them in the first round.
Yeah, no doubt, and especially with the experience. Jimmy's been to the finals a couple times, and you mentioned Steph and Draymond have 4 titles apiece. And your first title run, you had some veterans as well with Iguodala and David Lee, Leandro Barbosa. How important is that veteran experience when you get down into the playoffs?
Really important. Andre was obviously just having his jersey retired for a reason. He was a stabilizing presence for us. As far as a veteran goes, he was the leader of our bench unit, brought into that role. We had Sean Livingston, who provided so much for us at times. People forget we won a series without Steph against Portland. I think it was a second year maybe, and Livingston was huge in that series. So you need a mix, and I think most teams that are successful, we often see these young teams that you probably look at OKC last season, took the world by storm, but I always kind of had a say on that and saying I don't think they'll win it yet. I don't think they're there yet. They need a few more pieces. They need some more time together, and you can't beat Father Time. The battles that these veterans go through, and then you sprinkle a couple of those into your team, and then you have what you have with the Warriors, those runs, and they're a very similar unit. They've got a bit of youth now, Kuminga and whatnot. They've got some shooting and healed, and then you've still got those veterans. But it's just amazing that Golden State really only one really down horrible year out of the last decade plus. Considering all the championships, is pretty impressive. They just haven't had that downward spiral over a long period like most teams do after a championship and kind of a breakup.
Andrew Bogut with us, and his podcast, which is really good, by the way, is called Rogue Bogues. So you can check that out and get all of the analysis and entertainment and everything from Andrew all the time. Andrew, you mentioned Jonathan Kuminga's name there. This is a huge hot button thing on the weekly here in the Bay Area right now, which is sort of projecting who he's going to be. What do you see as the possibilities for Jonathan Kuminga's future career?
These things are so hard to call. You just don't know. Sometimes they get a big contract and it settles guys down and they play even better. Sometimes guys like that can get a good contract and then not play as well because of all the pressure. Sometimes guys like that can benefit from a change of scenery. There's so many factors that go into it. Look, he's very unique athletically, can definitely get to the basket and get some points. I think he's still young and learning. I think defensively, he's got all the tools to be a good defender. He's not there yet, but I think he's a young and up-and-coming player. You can see why the Warriors were hesitant on including him in any trades or any deals that they were going to do. But it's just a matter of how
how fast can he progress into that? Because you're looking down the barrel, like we just spoke about to open this. You got a lot of older guys on that team that are going to start to transition to lesser roles or even move on. He's probably the one that you're looking in your telescope saying that's kind of the future beyond those guys. And I guess this is a time to see, and he can really grow into a valuable third, fourth, fifth role player right now that can have nights where he scores 20, 25, but then look into 2 or 3 years, take over the reins. So, yeah, I don't know where his ceiling sits, but he's got all the tools to be a very good player.
How tough is it for younger players to have a role like this where you might play 18 minutes a night, you might be expected to play 34 another? Moses Moody's kind of in that bucket as well. Is that really difficult for young players to have that sort of a yo-yo role from night to night?
Yeah, it can be frustrating. I know Kuminga's had some issues where he's close to DNPs, if not DNPs at times, and being benched, and Steve's tried to use the minutes as currency to make sure that he's doing the right thing, and that can be frustrating, but you have to understand that's the coach's only currency they have, really. They don't pay your bills, they don't pay your contract, they don't negotiate your contract. All they can really motivate you with is playing time, and I think he's responded well. I think he's had ups and downs, but he's bounced back and he continues to try to get better. So I think, look, he's going to be a great player. It's just a matter of how great is he. The question, I guess, for you guys and most Warriors fans, move on from Steph and Draymond and even Jimmy. Can he be the one? Can he be the guy? Can he lead Golden State for the next decade plus? That's the question that he's got to answer, and that's the question that Golden State's got to ask itself in regards to the contract extension and whatnot. And that's arguable both ways.
Speaking of young guys, Andrew, what did the Warriors just get in this 23-year-old Australian Taron Armstrong?
Yeah, played in the NBL last season. Very, 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 very good player. Very good out of the pick and roll. He's a high usage guy, so I'm not sure how that's going to fit in with Golden State. They obviously like to move the ball more than just play out of the pick and roll, but very good at getting in the lane. Kind of a bigger guard, deceivingly quicker than he looks. Gets in the paint at will, can get to the free throw line, but he has some fire to him. He'll fight you. So that's what we like about him in Australia. Like he's not afraid to back down. He's ever improving. He's still a young guy, a lot to learn, but he's got any guy that has passion and will step nose to nose to you and fight you and not let you just walk over him has a chance. And I think it's a great pickup for Golden State. Worst case, he's a G League player for this season, and then you got him in training camp. You can keep him around in the summer, play some summer league. I think it's a great opportunity for him and the Warriors to get he's a pure natural point guard. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes over the course of the years.
Bugs, before you go, I just wonder what your thought is on everything that's happened with Luka Doncic over the last 3 weeks.
It's been interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I mean, you don't often have basketball news talked about by non-basketball people, which this has brought on. People here that don't really follow the game ask me questions about it, so that was interesting. But look, I look at it two ways. I think first and foremost, I think it's a bad deal for Dallas, regardless of how you look at it. I don't think it was a great deal. I think the fact they reportedly only spoke to 2 teams is just mind-boggling, absolutely mind-boggling. And but on my other hat on, and is it finally time where teams are saying we're going to, in the era of player empowerment, are we not going to tolerate this stuff no matter how good you are now? So. That's where you get on the other side. You look at someone like probably Zion Williamson. It's probably a similar situation, right? Not as big a star as Luka, but he's had his issues with injuries, with weight, and all that kind of stuff. Do teams start saying we don't want to go on a second, third apron on a supermax because we don't want to pay you because of X, Y, Z, and we just let you go like that, kind of not cheaply, but didn't get a whole lot back what they should have. That's interesting in itself now. So I think there's a lot of dynamics that you can look at in this, but I think it's the fact that Dallas did it, I think took a lot of, steel, so big move by them. But yeah, I just think it's very interesting.
Well, and it almost feels like, I don't know if you feel this way, but The Athletic today has a bunch of there's all these sourced comments, right? And now it's talking about his not just his weight, but his smoking and beer and all this. It sort of feels like there's a smear campaign going on after the trade.
Look, man, there's NBA players that go out till 5 in the morning and go out and drop 40 the next night. Like, vice is off the floor to me in the NBA, unless they're super detrimental, where you're on hard drugs or doing something absolutely diabolical. Like, everyone's got a vice, and yes, could he be in better shape? For sure. I think there's no doubt about that, especially with his injury history. But it's just the fact that they're going to those lengths to try to. It's just sad to see Dallas going to those lengths to leak that kind of stuff. It's like, you made the trade, put your big boy pants on, move on with life. I think Dallas, the only way they can salvage this as being a half plausible deal, in my opinion, is if they get a championship in the next 2 seasons. But with AD's injury, that's who knows. I think that's the only way they can salvage this as somewhat okay. But yeah, kind of, I just find it, the fact that you're doing that smear campaign, you're kind of, if you're playing poker, you're showing your hand that you messed up. That's what it's telling me. If you're Dallas, we messed up. Now we're going to try to smear this guy as much as possible to show that our trade process was not inept like most people think.
Man, it's wonderful to have your perspective, and we really, really appreciate your time. And we also wanted to ask who we should bet on tonight, since it's Thursday there, and you probably know what happened.
Yeah, we got to get you Americans to figure out dialing phone numbers first. You guys struggled dialing my Australian number, but no. As a team owner now, apparently I'm not allowed to even talk about betting. So
that's right.
Big trouble over here.
How's your team doing, by the way? Aren't you in the playoffs or something?
Well, soft spot, man. Thanks for that. No, we got knocked out of the plains about a week ago. So
darn it.
So we're in not rebuild mode, but we're in restructure mode for next season. Free agency will start in roughly 3 weeks odd, about a month. So a very, very busy time of year for us, and season. So we're trying to rebuild it next season.
Okay, great stuff. Well, best of luck with it, Andrew. And again, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Easy, guys. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Bogues. Andrew Bogut right here on Willard and Dibs.
Opinions. Always has had them.
Always.
And
always.
I was about to ask him what his vice was, because everyone's got a vice, but I didn't want to put him on a spot and have him.
Be careful.
Exactly.
That's right.
Because he mentioned every NBA player has a vice, but I do like what he said about Dallas and the smear campaign, because, okay, you made the trade. Let's let the results determine who won the deal. You don't have to go out now and say he drank too much, he ate too much, he smoked too much.
Well,
what are we doing? Andrew I think he's right about these smear campaigns.
I agree. I agree with him. I agree with you. At the same time, look, do you need to go down that rabbit hole? You want to say no, you don't. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, they made the deal, and I don't think that they correctly figured out what the reaction was going to be. And the reaction is so much more intense than what they thought it was going to be, that I do think people are sitting there scratching their head going, why would you do this? So maybe the Mavericks feel like they're providing through back channels the reasons for why they did this. Doesn't come off that way. Comes off as super bitter and sour grapes and unnecessary. It's like, look, he's a Laker now. Do we need stories of beer and smoking? I mean, people will read them. They're interesting.
Right. But he averaged 28.5 for his career. So,
he was in the finals 10 months ago.
Right. And I would imagine he was eating, drinking, and smoking then.
You're damn right.
And nobody was worried about that then. And when you have this leak out, how many Dallas fans are like, oh, well, thank God they traded him.
Still none.
He's firing in lung darts.
None.
And he's eating double cheeseburgers and drinking a 6-pack at halftime.
You know what they say about eating a burger. Woo!
It's good for you.
It'll kill you.
Yeah, it could.
Do you guys remember the video when they're in the locker room or in the tunnel after they won the Western Conference Finals? Yep. Michael Finley walks up, takes the beer out of his hands to hug him, and then Luka thinks he's going to give him the beer back, puts his hand up to take it back, and Michael Finley just walks away.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally like being treated like a child. So you just took the beer right out of my hand? I'm an adult. I'm making $50-some-odd million. I'm running this show.
I'm averaging 28 and a hook a night.
I don't get a beer. Where's Bruce Bochy when you need him?
Have a beer.
Have a beer.
Yeah, and Jimmy Butler was drinking beers the other night after their game. There was a report in The Athletic, and, just kind of a throwaway line like, we went up to Jimmy as he was in the middle of a beer post-game. It's like, yeah, that's what you do. You're 35. You just worked your butt off on the floor.
I mean, look, I get it. You're certainly welcome if you're the Mavericks and you're making that kind of investment. You are welcome to not like the way that he is handling his physical world. And maybe they tried, and he just continued to go rogue. Like, doesn't matter what you tell me. I'm doing it this way. That's a pickle. It's a tough spot. But I also like what Bogue said is like, even if you feel that way, your process of how you wiggle out of that situation was incredibly flawed. What he referred to as mind-boggling is the fact that the Mavericks only called 2 teams. That's bananas.
Yeah.
That can't be the best way to make a deal.
For a top 6 player in the league.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean... And they could have and should have gotten at least one more first-round pick, but they didn't. And it's all because they didn't want to put it out there that they were shopping Luka. And that's fine as long as you get maximum value for the player, which they didn't.
All right, there's a lot still to get to. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Coming up next, a couple things. First of all, did you hear Kevin Durant on Draymond Green's podcast? The fact that in and of itself that he went on is a message sent. And did you hear the different way that Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green talked about Jonathan Kuminga's return versus the way Steve Kerr talked about Jonathan Kuminga's return? Very different answers. So we'll have all of that coming up for you next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one line for less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Bella's Dog Walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $50 per month with auto pay plus tax.
as directed for occasional constipation.
Look, when they made the trade, I was wondering how it was going to work just from a shooting point of view because, Jimmy's not a your classic catch and shoot 3-point guy that you can kind of defensively you can muck off him. So I thought with him and Draymond and line up at times, is that going to work? But it's been a great fit. I think it's given life to Draymond. It's given life to Steph. I think they feel like they got a genuine chance now.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Great to hear from Bogut. Always a straight shooter. Always a straight shooter. 888-957-9570. I'm just going to throw this out there. Do you still have any interest in Kevin Durant?
Do I?
Well, you're a Warrior fan, right? I mean,
yeah.
And all of you listening. Like
the answer is yes.
Does it feel like the page has been turned, or are you still in some way interested in Kevin Durant? Because let's be real, for about 3 days, this had the whole city all turned up.
Right.
And then he turned us down.
Yeah.
And then we went through 48 hours of we suck, everything's over, stupid organization, trade Steph Curry. And then they acquired Jimmy Butler, and the world was split for about 3 minutes, and then the Warriors started winning basketball games. And now everybody has, or have they not, turned the page?
We have turned the page, and I'm going to use an analogy that pertains to my 2.5-year-old daughter, because when you do story time with a 2 or 2.5-year-old, you're going through the book, and if she decides that she wants to go back a page, we go back a page. There's a butterfly, there's a bird, that's a dog, that's a walrus, and it's like, we're trying to get through this. We turned the page. No, we didn't. She turned the page back. So yes, we've turned the page, but if we get to the offseason and this doesn't go as far as we want, and this doesn't look like the Kuminga fit is what we wanted, and KD has a Phoenix season end the way it looks, which is you're going to be an 11 seed or worse, and I can see that thing breaking apart even further where Beal is like, man, I got a groin, and KD, I don't think KD will pull and I have an elbow issue, but you could see that thing getting into shutdown mode.
Well, they're trading him. Kevin Durant is done with the Suns at the end of the year.
Right.
They're trading him.
Fine.
So he's going somewhere.
I believe you.
I mean, Brian Windhorst said that straight on ESPN a few hours ago.
Okay. So they're going to trade him.
They're going to trade
him. And if you're the Warriors, do you want to be in on that? Absolutely you do.
But doesn't it actually have something to do with the way this season ends?
It does.
The only way I can answer my own question would be, well, maybe, but maybe not. If this goes well, then no.
How well?
That's a good question.
Like for me, thank you. If it,
I would say that you would have to obviously dance and advance in the playoffs a little bit.
Yep.
And feel like you are at minimum building towards something that you think could do it again. Like, in other words, what we still don't know is what Jonathan Kuminga brings to the table when this all gets going. So now, if you've got another young dynamic player and it fits and it's all working, and you get to the second or the third round and at least feel like, let's say you go to the second round and you get to game 6. Same thing that happened 2 seasons ago. Like, you didn't threaten to win a championship, but you danced and advanced. I would say you need to at least do that to feel like, okay, let's just keep doing what we're doing. Anything short of that, I'd be open to it. But if it gets to that point or beyond, I'm hard-pressed to find a way to then take all those assets and turn them into Kevin Durant, who is only a year younger than Steph Curry. He made a great point about himself on the Draymond Green podcast, which, couple things. First of all, how many people are like, well, you know why Kevin didn't want to come to the Warriors? Because of Draymond Green. Yeah. Changed anybody's mind and he went on his podcast 2 weeks later? I mean, I clearly think that was purposeful.
Yeah, but talking is different than playing 82 games with a guy.
It is, but I don't think they hate each other. That's
fair.
But one of the things he said about why he didn't want to be traded was, I cost a lot. So if I come to your team, it blows the whole damn thing up. I thought it was amazing self-awareness, to be honest with you.
Yes, and that leads me to the reality of the question, which is, all right, Phoenix wants to trade Kevin Durant. What team has the wherewithal and the salaries and the potential destination that he would actually go to that would make it work? Because I don't think that Kevin's just going to go to fill-in-the-blank team. Phoenix is going to say, all right, we're going to trade you to Washington, and that's going to be the way that goes. No, you're not trading me to Washington.
No, he's going to have a say.
Yes.
And the early returns say that he's got eyes for Miami, which, is odd because if he had eyes for Miami, I'm curious why Miami and Phoenix couldn't have just done some sort of a Butler for Durant deal.
Yeah.
Like, why that seems like that was easy.
Too easy.
But it didn't work out that way. I know Phoenix probably started out with designs on pairing Butler with Kevin Durant. And obviously because of Bradley Beal's no trade clause, that couldn't work. But anyway, check this out. First of all, here's Durant talking about not wanting to move mid-season.
But as far as the Warriors, I didn't want to move. And then as a player like me, I cost a lot. Me going into your team it's going to be a whole new era of your team when I get to your team. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's out of work. I'm still of value, especially in my contract and just my production, that me just getting up and moving in the middle of the season, it's going to be a big blow to any team I'm going to. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I get why y'all want to trade me and, y'all looking at it just from simple fact, that's just business. But from me looking at it, I'm just like, it just don't make sense for either side right now to go through that. You know what I'm saying? When we just play the season out, and if that's the decision you want to make in the offseason, then you figure it out.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Oh.
The offseason?
Y'all got that right?
Y'all figure it out?
I didn't
in the offseason.
I didn't want to move. I cost a lot. If I come to you, it's a whole new era for your team.
Yep.
Not wrong. We know that better than anybody. But I just didn't want to move in the middle of the season. Now, if you want to trade me, and we can do it in the offseason and we'll figure it out.
Oh.
That feels like a very, very relevant comment to the Golden State Warriors franchise. I mean, I don't know if I buy that as the only reason, but Kevin Durant is on the Draymond podcast essentially trying to remove the drama from all of our mouths. What are the answers we all came up with? Oh, well, he hates Draymond Green.
Yep.
Oh, he doesn't. He's still got beef with Steve Kerr. He didn't like the Lacob and the whole way the organization was run. He didn't like that the fans didn't love him as much as they love Steph Curry. These are the four things we heard. Kevin seems to be telling you, don't have to believe him, but Kevin seems to be telling all of us, no, it's none of those things. It literally was because it's February. Ask me again in July.
Right.
You might get a different answer.
You might. And just looking at the machinations of what this would be, and I'll just give it to you simply, and 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. Jimmy makes next year 54.1. Kevin makes next year 54.7.
Sounds good. There's a match.
Would you rather have Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, what we've seen, or Steph, Draymond, and KD?
Well, here's what's so fascinating about that.
If it's a 1-for-1 swap-a-rooney.
Crazy easy question. Swap-a-rooney. Yeah. Shrug shoulders.
Totally.
Anyway, like crazy easy question to answer if you'd asked me 18 days ago.
Oh, for sure.
There's not a one of you that would have said Jimmy Butler.
Right.
Today, I'd argue he'd win the poll. He'd win the poll.
That's why I think it's fascinating.
7 basketball games, most of them against bad teams. 7 basketball games have likely changed most of our minds. And by the way, if you want to go back in time and do the whole Butler deal versus Durant deal, I think a Warrior fan is smart to say, well, I'll take the Butler deal because it costs so much less than the Durant deal. But now, think about what Mike Dunleavy might have just done. Let's say the Warriors do whimper out in the first round. And let's say something at that point, remember 2 days ago, everyone's worried about, well, Jimmy, enjoy the honeymoon because Jimmy's going to get mad now. All right, let's say at the end of this year, you're a first round whimper out and the Jimmy thing is not feeling as hunky-dory as it is now. And you just proposed the idea of a Jimmy and KD 1-to-1 swap. And we know Phoenix loves Jimmy Butler. They just tried to get him. And he's younger than Kevin Durant, actually. So would Phoenix be interested? I don't know, maybe. But if you were able to do that, that means that the Warriors just acquired Kevin Durant for Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, Lindy Waters, and 1 pick, as opposed to what they were about to do to get Kevin Durant, which is all those people plus Kuminga, possibly Draymond, and possibly 2 more picks.
Right. Probably
the steal of the century.
Wiggins and a couple of picks. Whatever
Yes,
it would have been.
whatever it was.
It would have been richer. And I just wonder now, after 7 games, which you're right, 18 days ago, you would have laughed me out of the building for even comparing the trios, but they're humming with Jimmy Butler.
They're humming.
Jimmy humming. They're 6-1 with Butler, Steph, and Draymond. And we know what Steph, Draymond, and KD were back 6 years ago. Would they still be that now? And Jimmy Butler is 50 weeks younger than Kevin Durant, almost a year to the day, and they make basically the same amount of money, and they're different players. Kevin is a much more high-volume scorer. He's a better scorer. Jimmy's a better overall player in all the phases of the game. Kevin's a better player, but Jimmy does more for you, distribution, defense, maybe the swag is better. So I wonder what fans would like. Now, ideally, you would be able to have them both. And there's a long shot of a way that you could do that.
Oof.
It would involve a Kuminga sign and trade. It would involve, using
a lot of picks.
Some of all your picks,
Yep.
all them picks,
And,
but also
more young players, not just Kuminga, more of
it
them.
would be probably Moses
and Pods.
Yeah, and maybe Buddy because he's making 9.
Yep.
You need to stack some salary to get up there. So there is a way it could be Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, and KD. And then you'd have, Quentin and Yuri and Jackson and Pat.
That's like an embarrassing roster, to be honest with you.
Guys, would you mind if we played 4-on-4 tonight?
I mean,
can we run 4s?
But it's also an incredibly old and so injury concerning roster.
Well, it would be a championship or bust roster, and I know you hate that, but you'd be trading at least 2 first-round picks and your young core for 1 bite at the apple, basically.
Yep. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by the First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. So 888-957-9570. Do you still have any interest in Kevin Durant? Like when you hear him say that, does it sort of spark that thing back up again? Or is the experience of the last 3 weeks enough to where you're like, man, I'm actually kind of glad that it went the way that it did. Let's move on. Mainly because this looks like it's working now. Like, sure, you can say Kevin Durant's a better player than Jimmy Butler, but in this moment, you might also have the opinion that based on this roster at this time, Jimmy fits it better. I don't even 100% know that I feel that way yet through 7 games, but it's possible. I'm open to that possibility just based on the defender that Jimmy is, based on maybe the role model that Jimmy is for Kuminga. And I don't mean that as like the person Jimmy is. We don't even really know Jimmy as the person yet. But the style of ball player that he is maybe a little bit more conducive to bringing Jonathan Kuminga along. I don't know. I still think that we got to kick the can down the road on that. But if you had asked it 3 weeks ago, it's a no-brainer. And now I sort of sit here and the idea of KD in the offseason, it's almost like, I don't know, where my brain goes is I'm so hopeful about what they're doing right now. I don't even want to think about more acquisitions in the offseason because if you're trying to acquire Kevin Durant in the offseason, it means this season didn't go very well.
Agreed. If you win 2 series and you make it to the Western Conference Finals,
then I'm out.
Right. You feel like you're close enough to where you can add a player, a smaller piece, and you can get enough to get over the hump. If you're a first-round flameout, you look at everything and you think about what maybe would be the fix. And you mentioned the Jimmy through 7 games, you're 6-1. Jimmy Butler seems to make everyone around him better. And by everyone, I mean Pods and Quentin and all of the other ancillary pieces. It seems like they're playing better with Jimmy around. If you add Kevin Durant, he makes your team better. He doesn't make the other individuals better, but he makes your offense better because he can go out there and get you 30, 35 a night. I don't know if Kevin is the kind of player as much as Jimmy to make other people around you better.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Well, the gravity would be huge.
Yeah, they're so great. I tend to think like they do. They make other people better because just their presence. It's like it opens everything up. You know what I mean? I don't look at Jimmy Butler and be like, boy, he's such an incredible passer. He's making everything better. He's making everyone better because they're a better basketball team. The floor is more open. They play looser because they have a lead. Like everything is,
and they don't turn it over.
Yeah, it's not so stressful right now. Like the Warriors can be in a close game and they're like, no, we're good, we're fine. Like the Warriors right now carry themselves as if they're a team that knows they're going to be in the playoffs. That hasn't been the case for a year and a half.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Grandy had a great comment on our show thread where he said last night was kind of refreshing for the first time.
Totally.
It was a blowout early and you never really felt like, oh boy, they cut it to 18.
Dude, I think it was a blowout when it was 4-2. Like the game started and I'm like, I don't even know. And I got a buddy of mine who might be listening. He was texting me. He's like, dude, we should apply to be front office people with the Hornets. What on earth kind of an operation are they running? Like, look at their last 3 or 4 games.
Right.
They can't even get to the second half against anyone right now.
The last 3 games, they've lost by a combined 131 points. That's an NBA record.
That sounds like a lot.
Right now, in this moment, that's a college team. They are the worst team in the NBA, and it's not close.
I was thinking, like, how they would do in the SEC, and I know you're not watching a lot of college hoop yet, but the SEC is stacked. They wouldn't go undefeated.
Yes, they would.
Dude, you watch Alabama and Auburn
play. I hate when people do that.
They would not go undefeated.
Could they beat the best Yes, they could. Every single player on the Hornets would be the best player on Alabama.
They might be a tournament team.
Stop it.
Watch your college hoop and get back to me.
I do, because you bet on it, and it's on in here every night.
Yeah, we get the Hoyas
How
here.
we doing with Georgetown and UConn right now?
We're getting points, but not. We're getting 14.5. We're all right.
See, I look up at that screen right now. You want to know the first thought that goes through my head? UConn is playing Georgetown, and nobody's ranked. That's a bunch of crap. I'm sorry. That's not the college basketball I know. UConn and Georgetown, both unranked, and I don't even know what conference they're in. What are they in?
It's the Big East.
The Big Europe? What, have they moved?
UConn's been a juggernaut, but Coach Hurley's having a down year.
I know he is.
And he's yelling at refs
he's still
about
talking.
it.
I know.
He's a beauty.
Ian on the 80. What's up, Ian on 80? How you doing, man? Thanks for calling.
Yeah. Hey, pretty good. This bug caught a hold of me today, but I like this question, though. First thing I want to tell Dibs, man, college teams can't beat pro teams, man. I wish you guys would stop doing that. But, and I'm not going to really give you a chance to answer that, even though you run the show, because I called to talk about Jimmy. I feel like the ship has sailed with Kevin Durant, and Jimmy is strong like a bull, and he's great, man. He's a great playoff player, and great player anyways. He's fundamentally sound, and he's never been hurt. And he's bought in. I remember, man, and, no one ever wants to talk about it, but those last 2 games against Houston, man, when the Warriors almost lost, man, Kevin was taking 30 or 40 shots. He was shooting 20% and wouldn't stop shooting. And even in Game 7, his man, P.J. Tucker, had 11 offensive rebounds at the halftime. Now, I ain't saying Kevin Durant is sorry or nothing like that, but, the status quo changes, and we're talking about a guy who's been either at the finals or a hair's breadth of the finals within the last 5 years, and so, I wouldn't do it. That's about it.
Ian, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I feel some of what you're saying. Here's one thing that
he averaged 35 a night in that series. If we want to look back at it,
I don't want to spend this. Just me.
Just real quick.
I don't want to spend any time saying I don't want Kevin because now he sucks. Kevin is still awesome. Kevin was awesome. Kevin is awesome, and Kevin will always be awesome. To me, it's just more of a circumstantial conversation. And it does come down to what the Warriors do. Make the playoffs and do something in the playoffs, and then I think the fan base should think, keep doing what you're doing. But if you don't, yes, I'm reopened to Kevin Durant.
I also think that it comes down to what Kuminga does, because if Kuminga plays and let's say they win 2 series, but Kuminga is largely an afterthought, he's an eighth man, he never got fit and he never really fit in, then it seems to me like he might be primed for a sign and trade in the offseason. Conversely, if he comes in and he balls out and you win a series, but you lose the next round and he's playing amazing, maybe you lose in 7 in the Western Conference semis, maybe you think like, wow, Kuminga has arrived and now we've got a real core 4. So I do think the Kuminga piece is a big part of it.
I agree. And don't never forget how quickly the world can change. I mean,
think about us with Jimmy Butler in 17 days.
Exactly. Now everybody's like, where's he going to win a championship? Everybody on this radio station was screaming 18 days ago, they're too old, blow it up. Not everybody, but a lot of people. So, hell, Luka Doncic was a Maverick, and now people are talking about smoking and beer. Like, things change really fast. So I have to at least stay open to Kevin Durant, but Kuminga, Butler, and the Warriors' result absolutely, to me, provide circumstances, and we'll need to know the answers to those questions. Let's go to Phoenix, actually, where Elena is. Elena, thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hi. How are you guys doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Okay, so my thing is with KD is no matter how much Joe always like goes on the stage and says like I don't mind spending money and whatever, the reality is there's a reason why the league kind of put in this these salary caps there is because they did that before and formed a whole dynasty and made, they're trying to prevent that. So if KD's way too expensive. So if he comes in, you're basically like gutting half of your roster, which gives you no bench, which makes you a very top heavy team, which when we're seeing like with the New York Knicks, even with the team that he's in right now with the Suns, you're seeing that like kind of show. Yes, the first 5 come in and it's great and dandy, but then you put the bench in and you lose the lead. That's always how it happens. And I feel like being top heavy never really works out really well. So I feel like for the team and the roster they have right now, KD wouldn't really work. And with Kuminga not fitting in and everybody being so worried about it, I don't know. I feel like I would urge people to kind of go back a little bit in 2017, 2018 when Jimmy was playing with the Minnesota Timberwolves, when he was playing with the Chicago Bulls. He actually took the Timberwolves in the first playoffs, and if you see that roster, he was like with Derrick Rose, with Andrew Wiggins, Jeff Teague, Cat. And all these players are actually role players when you look at them right now, right? They're horrible. None of them have actually had real good success. Even Tyus Jones, which is in Suns right now, he's not really had any success since he played with the Timberwolves, but he made them look good because he played like a team.
Elena, what's your thought then on Kuminga fitting back in?
I think we underestimated. I think he would fit really well, not because Kuminga's really good, but because of the IQ he's going to be around.
Okay, look, that's a fair point. Elena, thank you very much, and it sets up exactly what we want to play for you next. This is going to be worthy of your reaction now. Wait until you hear how Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green answered the questions last night with regard to Kuminga fitting back in versus the way Steve Kerr answered the question. I don't know. To us, it sounded very, very different. So we'll play that for you coming up next. Take your calls. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Head down to Ceremony Ford to lease a 2024 Mustang Mach-E Select or 24 Ford Lightning and receive the Ford Power Promise that includes standard home installation of a Ford charge station located right off 280 in Colma, Daly City. Ceremony Ford, your San Francisco EV dealer. Your phone calls next on Willard and Dibs. All right.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That right there is Jonathan Kuminga, who will not play tomorrow in Orlando.
And you are not the baller. Little shout out from Maury Povich for those of you who partake. I'll take it too.
What was the thing I saw him? He weighed in on some. There's a huge story about someone. Gosh, what was it? He weighed in. He weighed in on Twitter where he's like, somebody. It was an athlete who, I don't know. There were lots and lots of kids. Lots of kids. He just. It was a quick tweet. He's just like, I'm gonna sit this one out. Nice. I'm gonna sit this one out. Thanks, Maury. Good to know you're still kicking around, having some fun. Speaking of having some fun, I want to shout out 510 who just texted in. Did y'all hear Elena from Phoenix a couple of minutes ago? Elena was going through a lot of different things in the NBA. She's talking about the Suns and the Warriors and this salary and this player and then Kuminga and how this going to break down, how that's going to break down. 510 texted in and said, is she single? She's like, damn, this woman knows the game.
Right?
Wow. Man, she was spitting. Spitting some fire. So, anyway, speaking of spitting some fire, try this on for size. Because you and I spent a good amount of time yesterday afternoon, maybe quite frankly not enough, talking about Jonathan Kuminga and fitting in. And where these conversations always go for many people is you either love Jonathan Kuminga or you're a hater. You're like Steve Kerr and you hate young people. Here's what I'll try to say again. I think Jonathan's a wonderful player. I want the Warriors to keep him. I'm not even predicting that him fitting in won't work. I'm simply saying that I think this is a bigger assignment than people are giving it credit for. I think that this is hard. The Warriors are a different basketball team now. Jonathan is going for a contract, and he is going to come back and have about 20 games or so to play with the Warriors. And this has been ramped up because now they look like a playoff team. There's a huge new presence. The minutes are going to get reallocated. You know what that is?
It's a reallocation sensation, Mark.
All I'm saying is it's a lot.
Yeah.
This is a lot. So that very topic, no doubt after we talked about it in the 5 o'clock hour, all those Warriors reporters took it straight to the arena.
Right.
And they wanted to ask everybody, hey, what about Jonathan Kuminga and fitting in? Here's how Jimmy Butler answered the question.
I think it's going to be easy. Hella athletic, can shoot it, can score in a multitude of ways, and can guard. He can definitely guard. So I think he's going to come back and do what he's been doing. My job is just to make it even easier on him. So come on back and help us get some dubs.
Okay, super easy.
Come on back.
You're good at basketball. Come play with us.
Yeah.
We'll get some dubs.
Come on back and help us get some dubs. He can ball. He can defend. It's going to be easy.
Let's go talk to Draymond, everybody. Hey, Draymond, what do you think about Kuminga fitting in?
They're integrating another dynamic player who can switch positions, who get out in transition, who can score the basketball. Like I said, we haven't done anything spectacular offensively. It's not like we've put in a bunch of sets since Jimmy's been here. We've kind of taught him a few of the sets that we already had that we liked, and that's it. And so I don't think he's necessarily coming back to a completely different offense. I think he's coming back to a team with a completely different mentality, and he'll be fine picking that up.
Okay, so this is going to be easy. It's going to be fine. Jonathan's good at basketball. We're good at basketball. It's not like we've reinvented the wheel. So Jonathan was good before. Jonathan will be good again. Maybe that's all true.
Sounds simple, Mark.
Okay, now blend that in with Steve Kerr before the game yesterday.
What makes Jimmy special is that he doesn't try to be special. He just plays fundamental basketball. And, the constant fundamental play, he never turns it over. He just makes a simple play over and over again. And I want JK to learn some of that. He's so explosive. I think it's always hardest for guys who are the most talented to make decisions because they've got too many options at their disposal. I'm hoping that he can learn from Jimmy and that Jimmy will spend some time with him. I know he will. Jimmy's really good about that. But just understanding that, attacking the rim, nothing there, jump stop, pass the ball, that's a great basketball play, especially for us because Steph Curry's on the other end of the play a lot.
Okay. Now, there's some differences there in what they're talking about, but I catch a very, very different tone where Steve Kerr is essentially like, especially when he uses the word I'm hoping, that's the one that gets me. I'm hoping that Jonathan will kind of learn from Jimmy with regard to make the easy play. When you attack the basket, if it's not there, we do this thing called pass.
Right.
Just pass the ball. So that's from a head coach who clearly is hoping that there are some evolutionary aspects of Jonathan's game. That to me struck a different tone than Jonathan's good. He'll come back. We'll be good. Everything's fine.
I hear what you're saying, and you're not wrong, because the last 2 times we've talked to Steve Kerr, which was Monday and then late last week, he used the phrase playing on 2 feet. And he said it purposefully, and what he means is exactly what he described there. You go to the hoop and you drive to the basket, and if nothing's there, jump stop and find somebody who's open. And Jonathan Kuminga is more prone at this point in his career to drive toward the basket and leave his feet and either try to smash on someone or make a very difficult shot. And now you've got Butler and Steph Curry. You had Steph before, but now you have another scorer in Jimmy Butler. You have other options, and you're a team now that is pretty Puritan with the ball. You don't really turn it over as much. You're down 2 turnovers per game. A lot of that is Jimmy Butler, but I do think some of that is playing off of 2 feet, and that's what I'm hearing him say. And Draymond and Jimmy are right, or Draymond said it, like there's not a whole bunch of new sets. So he doesn't have to come in and learn a new offense, but there is another player ahead of him in the pecking order, and now you are playing a little bit differently. So that's the adjustment he has to make, is playing, and I don't want to say he plays out of control, but what I hear Steve Kerr say is that we want him to play really under control and make the right decision more often than not.
There you go.
Make the right decision.
Say it again.
He needs to make the right decision more often than not.
That's what we're talking about.
Right. And
that's what we're talking about.
And you watch Jimmy Butler, and he makes the right decision almost every time.
Because he's 35, and he's been around the block 100 times. And so this is not controversial. This is not mean-spirited. It's not hating. Stop it.
Oh, you're a hater.
No, I see all the texts. You're all out of pocket. Put your phone away and drive somewhere. This is not controversial. I didn't suggest that it is. What this is the damn facts of the matter. A 22-year-old, very important player, is joining a team that right now is spinning at a high level because it is all leaning on 35, 36-year-olds and their unbelievable know-how. And if you want to get mad about this, go ahead and do it. But we work for the flagship station of the Golden State Warriors, and I'm here to tell you that we do have conversations. And if this triggers you, it triggers you. Yes, over the last 4 years, there have been personnel deep inside the Warriors who have concerns about Jonathan's decision-making. Yes, fact. If that bothers you, let it bother you. But that's the real deal. The Warriors have always known about Jonathan's leaping ability, his athleticism, his raw talent, all of those things. They know this, the same way you know this. But sometimes they have not loved the decision-making. That's all. It's not inexcusable. He's 22. But if everyone's going to dive into this boat and go, oh, well, the Warriors are a championship contender right now. They're a championship contender. Okay, that means right now. And that's exactly the dynamic that is created when people start getting frustrated with Steve Kerr because he leans on veterans. Well, you lean on veterans because you're trying to do right now. So this whole well, he's 22, let him figure it out. Well, there's no time to let him figure it out. There's no time for that, not when you're trying to win a championship. The last time this exact subject came up was when the Warriors were playing the Sacramento Kings in the 7-game series 2 years ago. And everybody had this same conversation. It's like, well, wait a minute, Jonathan Kuminga. Well, hold on, we're trying to win. And he went out there, he refused to rebound. They put him on the bench and let him watch the series. Now, he's 2 years older now. I think he's a much better player, so it's not the same. But I don't think we're done here. He's not a finished product, that's what Steve to me is saying.
Yeah, and he's saying that what we have now is a team that is trying to play off of 2 feet more, and they're trying to make the right play more often. And you look at what they've done. They've won 6 of 7. You started out the year 12-3, and you went into a bit of a free fall. It was uneven. Kuminga got hurt, you added Butler, and now you're playing a little bit differently. And if you look at their offensive efficiency, and you had the numbers, I think, yesterday or the day before, where they're now top 5 in offensive efficiency since they got Jimmy Butler, and I know that probably went up after yesterday's game, which was pretty damn efficient against a college team, a glorified SEC. Dude, also ran.
They're
so
brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Pretty easy for your efficiency to go up, but that's all they're saying. They're not saying that Kuminga isn't great. And Steve Kerr is just saying, we want him to be able to get in the paint and make a jump stop if there's nothing there. It's no slander. It's no hate. It's just where you are as a team right now.
I'm actually optimistic about it. But to me, listening to Steve Kerr talk about it sort of adds validity to the fact that this will be a challenge now. And here's something Draymond talked about that I don't think we've given enough time to, and that is the challenge of doing all of this while you're literally closing in with only a handful of games left until you have to figure out a contract extension. And if you think that's not on a player's mind, my goodness, it's on a player's mind. And Draymond, he literally addressed that. This was after the game in the locker room last night.
As a team, we just got to let him know that you don't have to get it back in one day. You've been out for, he's been out now? Almost 2 months? 2 months. Yeah. You missed. And the thing is, it ain't like it was the first 2 months. Like these last 2 months that he's been out is kind of when people starting to, you're in game shape. You're starting to look towards the playoffs and gearing up for that. And so he's missed a pretty important 2 months. And saying that you can't and you're not going to get it all back in one day. But as a competitor, like you said, he does have the contract situation coming up, all those things. Naturally, you want to press a little bit because you don't get this far being someone who doesn't want to make those things happen. And so naturally, you can start to press a little bit. And I think it's on us as leaders, on us as teammates, to let him know and also make him feel comfortable. Like, it's not going to happen in one night. And as long as he understands that, and that's a tough thing to understand. I've been in contract situations before. That's tough as hell to understand. Like, you want to come back and make it all happen. You drive yourself crazy, though. All of a sudden, that first night don't go well. You go home, man, you going nuts. And so I think he just got to come back, and more importantly than anybody else, he got to give himself some grace as he works his way back, because, man, you drive yourself crazy worrying about all those things, and the reality is just build back gradually and play well. We're preparing to go on a nice run. You'll have plenty of time to prove exactly who we all already know he is.
I think those are brilliant words from Draymond Green, number one. But number two, do you notice that in one soundbite, he's like, this is going to be easy. It's going to be easy for Jonathan to come back. Now let me give you 90 seconds on why it's going to be really hard, and it's on us to make sure he doesn't lose his mind. Like those two quotes, they don't match.
Right.
I know.
Two different questions.
Yeah, totally. And he wants it to work, and he's trying to release pressure from Kuminga, and that's great. It's what a leader does. So, here's an example of good leadership from Draymond Green.
Absolutely.
With a young teammate. So that's all wonderful. I just think that last 90 seconds we just listened to, that's really important. That's what Jonathan's facing, and it can mess with your head, especially when for 2 months, all he's been able to do is sit there and watch basketball and think about it.
And watch the team suddenly play as well as they have since the opening 15 games of the year when they went 12-3. So you add Jimmy Butler and you subtract 4 players, which means if Jonathan was healthy, his minutes would only be where they were before, if not higher, because you lost Slow-Mo and Lindy and Schroeder and Wiggs. And so for Kuminga, that cleared the way. It cleared the way for everyone, but even for Kuminga. So I'm sure he's champing at the bit to get back for the contract, to be a part of this great run and all the rest of it. But the one thing I hope that Draymond and Steph are telling Jonathan is the best thing you can do is ball out in the playoffs. Whatever you do, like whatever you do for the final 18 games of the year, because I'm looking at it and they've played 58, they've got 24. He'll probably miss the next 4. Maybe miss the next 4.
They're saying mid-road trip is the target now.
Okay.
So you got a game tomorrow. You got a game. You're looking at probably another week.
Okay. So if he misses 4 more, just ballparking it, that means he's got 20 to go to not only play well, but have them get into a spot where they get playoff games. And really, you're going to draw the most attention and you're going to make the most headway on your contract in April and May, in the playoffs. And I think that is the big message that they're going to send to him when he comes back.
Absolutely. I mean, all of it to me is the same thing. You could almost do it in one word, what they're trying to do with Jonathan. Relax.
R-E-L-A-X.
R-E-L-A-X. Relax.
I always wondered who
who is
in the background.
Probably Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
I guess. Maybe it's Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Somebody with a...
No, that was still when he was with the Packers, right?
The wheezing laugh. Could be your guy, Kevin from The Office, Brian Baumgartner.
Maybe. I don't think he laughs like that.
No.
Maybe.
Maybe for Aaron he does.
Yeah. That's the word. That's the word. That's all anybody's trying to get him to do. And, I have no idea if he's been stewing or worrying about it or whatever. I know that when he has spoken, he has struck a wonderful chord. He has absolutely said, like, I really like what Jimmy Butler brings to the table, and I can learn from that. And, Steve's talking about the two of them getting together in the film room. And so all of that is great. But if they're saying out loud, we want him to relax, it's on us to help him relax, it would suggest to me that there is an awareness of some dynamic within Jonathan that probably feels a little antsy right now. Naturally, right? I would feel like jumping out of my shoes if for 2 months you couldn't play basketball, you're watching your team turn a corner, start to get better, and then tick-tock, the trade deadline comes. Okay, we're staying. And then it's like the contract, and February is about to flip to March, and I'm still not playing. Like, yeah, man, I get it. This would feel very antsy.
And when they play New York, they play the Knicks. That will be exactly 2 months since he last played basketball. He got hurt on January 4th.
And that's Tuesday, right?
That game is March 4th, and that game is on a Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah, so they play Thursday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. So that's 5 games in 8 days. That's a little bit of a gauntlet on the road, and you're in 4 different cities because New York and Brooklyn are, I'm
told those are the same
a bridge
city
away.
Yes. Yeah.
So, not really a lot of travel there, but those games are, and they're a day apart. That's got to be a fun one for the fellas to be have an off day in New York before you take on Brooklyn. You can go ahead and get hammered. I mean, if you're looking at a road trip.
I mean, you can.
So you've got.
Everybody's got a vice.
You got 5 games.
Don't tell that to Luka.
You got 5 games. You smoke up, Johnny. You got 5 games, and then you've got New York on a Tuesday. Tough game, tough opponent in the Garden. An off day, and then you've got Brooklyn, mostly hapless. Oh, you got to do some drinking now.
Oh, it's not Brooklyn and New York on the back-to-back? Who they play Monday? Is it Philly?
Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte. Really?
Charlotte. I'm looking at it right here.
Okay, so it's Orlando, then Philly this weekend?
Correct.
Then Charlotte?
Yeah.
Then New York, then Brooklyn?
Correct.
Good God, it's a bunch of crappy teams they're playing.
So
they ought to win these games.
You load manage on Monday against Charlotte, and then you give it all you got against the Knicks on Tuesday.
Do they load
Wednesday,
manage?
you just get absolutely hammered, and then you survive Brooklyn.
I don't want them to load manage Monday. I know what you're saying.
You try to do what happened last night. You just dominate, and you can rest everybody for the whole fourth quarter.
Sit out the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and that was virtual load management, although most doctors and pros would tell you if you have to go out there and stretch and warm up and shoot around, even if you just play 22 minutes, that still is exertion as opposed to chilling in your streets.
No doubt.
Steph hasn't had to play in each of the last 2 fourth quarters.
Right. I just don't mess around and lose the game. They're still an NBA team. They beat the Lakers.
Just use air quotes,
They
please.
beat the Lakers like 6 days ago.
Yeah, LaMelo will probably be back.
Yeah, LaMelo.
They're scary with LaMelo.
Well, you could get hot. Could be like Dibs in the playoffs. You get hot.
I'm looking
you never know.
I'm looking at their injury report.
They got Bridges. They got Ball. They could fill it up on a given night.
They've got 8 guys currently on their injury report. Day to day, out for season, out. Day to day, out for season, day to day.
You want to use air quotes. Use it when you say injury report.
Right.
It's called the tank report that you're giving us right now.
Ball did not play. He had an ankle. He didn't play.
He's got 2 ankles.
Well, one of them apparently was hurt last night.
They called it a right ankle injury management last night.
Management.
Yeah. Daquan Jeffries, he's got a knee. I'm told he has two, but one of them's hurt.
Who are you?
Yeah. Anyway. You load manage.
No.
You go up against the Knicks. You get hammered,
you gotta win
and
the
then
game.
you beat Brooklyn.
You got to win the game.
You got to win the game, but they stink.
Yeah, but you got to go. It's 5 game trip?
5-game trip.
You got to get at least 4 of them.
Right.
You have to.
It's crazy how we're talking now, but you're right.
You have to. Orlando is a losable game that you should win. And then you do Philly and Charlotte, which right now, put them in the bank. As long as you show up, play your players, be a basketball team, you win those games. Philly is a mess mentally. Charlotte's not even a basketball team. Orlando is winnable, but losable. Like, they're good enough to put together a game.
Sure.
New York, that's obviously losable. And then you get to Brooklyn, which is a weird team, but you should win. So, I look at it as 3 of those are absolute musts, and I need you to go 1-1 in the other 2, at least. Got to get 4 on this trip.
Agreed.
All right.
I mean, it feels like it. And Charlotte's lost 15 of 18, so we can talk about, ball's coming back. It is tank mode, and even when they're not tanking, they're just terrible. But Brooklyn is a team that they can get sneaky competitive on you. So
They can. And Grandy's guy, Cam Johnson, plays for them. They'll watch out for him.
Right.
Fill it up.
Non-future warrior.
He could hit the 3 ball.
Yeah.
Any night, any given night, he could go off for 23. It could happen.
Hey, have you guys seen the standings yet today?
I mean,
yeah.
Why? Did something happen to them?
I mean, last night they became...
I know the Warriors are the 8.
They're a half game out of the 6.
I know. They're going to get it.
A half game.
They're going to get it. They have a super easy schedule. They're going to get it. And they just got to hold on to it once they get it.
5 games out of the 4.
Yeah.
I mean, let's start getting greedy. And as I told Steve, you're only 15.5 back of OKC, and you have the tiebreaker. Let's do this.
So, I mean, Minnesota has an easy schedule, too, and is also a good team. So, I don't know. They actually almost, I think, might be harder to catch than the Clippers.
Oh, the Clippers.
But, yeah, half game out of the 6. They're going to get it. And hold on to it when you get it. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Okay. A little bit of a dealer's choice here. 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you. I know Caleb wants to talk about KD and Draymond's podcast. We'll take that coming up next. We'll circle back at some point in the 5 o'clock hour to the John Lynch sound that was very, very important earlier today. If you haven't heard it, you're going to want to hear it. But also, let's have some fun for a minute with this, because we were talking about this before the show. Now, all of a sudden, we've decided the Warriors are a championship contender. Hey, let's pretend for a second that they do it. They did it. Is that the most unlikely Bay Area championship ever? And if not, what is? We'll take some calls on that too. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, that full-service banking that we always...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
I don't have to be. It's just fun. So why not?
You're allowed to.
I mean, I ain't out here rooting for the Seattle Seahawks or nothing.
No.
Isn't that what I'm doing?
Nah.
I am rooting for the Knicks tonight.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm on the Knicks.
Minus like 11?
No, I think it was 10 that I got it at. I should have waited because Karl Anthony Towns got ruled out. And I could have gotten another point or point and a half.
Fanboy!
Yeah, but those Philly Sixers, the Sixers and the Suns right now are targets. Now,
they're marks.
They're marks. I will be totally forthcoming. I was wrong I targeted the Suns last night. And they lost, but Memphis did not cover. I had to go to overtime in order for Memphis to win that basketball game. But I look at the Sixers and Suns right now as two teams that are mentally exhausted and done. And so they are marks, especially when they're on the road.
Right.
And the Sixers are in New York tonight, and they are already down double digits.
Sixers with a better road record than a home record, which is
that's interesting.
10-17 road, 10-20 home.
Okay.
Virtually the same, but you look at teams like that where, teams that should be better than they are, because we can talk about Washington and their 10 wins, and we can discuss Charlotte and 14-43. Those are just bad teams. And I've always said, you're not tanking when you're terrible. You're just bad. But if you're Phoenix...
Sometimes both, but
I don't think Phoenix and Philadelphia are intentionally tanking.
I agree with you.
But Embiid is hurt, and Phoenix is broken 17 ways to Sunday. So these are teams that just can't succeed when your players aren't really that sold out to get out there and compete.
Paul George said he's taking a break from his podcast.
Okay.
We can focus on trying to help the Sixers win a title.
All right. What title would that be? They're sitting 2.5 out of the 10 seed right now.
Yeah.
They're 20-37. And this is where, just a quick 15 seconds on the play-in tournament.
Go. We got a lot of time.
When you have a winning percentage of .351, you shouldn't be sniffing a possible play-in tournament berth, and they are.
But why not?
Because it's stupid.
Why?
Because the Bulls have a winning percentage of .397.
I know.
You don't deserve to get a chance at a playoff berth.
I think it's always interesting to me. 15 seconds is going to turn into a minute.
Okay.
It's always interesting to me when people use that word deserve. Like if there are 15 teams and you have one of the 10 best records, then that's what we do.
I get it. I understand the construct of it, but in terms of watchability, Miami's going to take on Chicago in the play-in game, and Miami without Jimmy Butler is struggling to even stay in the top 10.
I know.
Chicago is a pathetic squad that's never been good, and now you're going to sell this as, and it is, an elimination game.
Yeah, like it's still fun. It's kind of like grading on a curve. The NBA grades on a curve. And if you're one of the top 10, then you get to go. Like, if you come in 10th place in your class, then you're going to get a B or whatever. So, you can get half the answers wrong, but you can still get a B.
Yeah, if everyone else in your conference got more than half the answers wrong.
Exactly, which is what happens in the Eastern Conference a lot.
Right, which is always, for the most part, why I was against having things graded on a curve. If you get 65% of the answers right, you get a D. I don't care if you were the 5th highest score in the class. That doesn't mean you get a B+, because the rest of your classmates are also stupid and didn't do their work.
No, I like it because it's a teacher that basically is putting themselves into the accountability of the process, which is like if all of the people don't know what the hell's going on, maybe you should look at you.
Perhaps.
Got to be open to it, right?
I get it. Anyway. One more 20-second quick aside.
Yes.
Birthday boy who skipped the midterm.
Oh, yeah.
Has he bounced back?
He has not missed anything since.
Okay.
Very, the whole class is very engaged. We do have a few people who've got some work to do now. Okay. Blending back into class like Jonathan Kuminga, challenging.
Yep.
But they're young bucks and they're trying. Their big final is it starts next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend, and it starts right here.
Yeah.
Right here.
At
Chase Center.
Okay,
March 8th, Detroit Pistons, which, by the way, don't sleep on them. They've won like all their games lately. and they're coming on March 8th, and so is my class.
Okay.
We'll see who wins.
I
Cade
love
Cunningham or Harry the Jr. We'll find out. It's going to be a showdown.
I don't care.
Yeah, all right. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. Hi, Caleb. What do you want to talk about?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up?
What up? Yeah, so the podcast show, it was a good listen. I want your guys' opinion on basically if they were to get Kevin Durant, like how would that starting five look? How would that team look? Because to obviously get KD, you're going to have to, I'm assuming, gut some of your roster, and I'm assuming Kuminga is probably going to be traded in a deal somewhere as well. But, look, I like the way the Warriors are playing, though. They're playing really well. 100% agree. Since Jimmy Butler has gotten there, there's been a new belief. There's been more excitement. The mentality is up. And just one little stat thing before I check out here. The Warriors, the last time they won 3 straight games by 20-plus points was in that 2022 season, which they won the championship. So
Yep.
We'll see what happens.
No doubt. And Caleb, thanks very much for the call.
That was also the last time they won 7 in a row.
Yeah.
Because I think Kurt Hayward Hills yesterday was talking about that, and they've got 4. They've stacked 4 right now, and 7's not out of the question.
I think there's a really fair point to make about this real quick, which is this. When people say, oh, I know you've won games, but look who you played. You know what everyone leaves out of that conversation? How did you play them? Yes, Dallas Cowboys, if you sneak by crappy teams, then we can have a conversation about you just getting lucky with the schedule. But if your whole team is watching the fourth quarter and Kevin Knox is hanging from the rim while you're up by 40, then I think there's something to be said for that. So these last 7 games, you can talk to me all you want about who they played. But there's no doubt in my mind that especially in the back half of this 7-game stretch, the Warriors have looked like one of the better teams in the NBA.
They've looked great over the, since the Jimmy Butler acquisition. And yes, they haven't played a lot of the top teams as of yet, but you're right. It's how you go about doing it. And these are not nail biters. And Grandy with a great comment earlier on our thread about what a relief it was to have a game that looked like a blowout, felt like a blowout, and then actually was a blowout where, you're towel snapping and you're high-fiving and Quentin Post is hitting threes and everyone's making fun of him, giving each other high threes because that's what he does, and you're up 34. It's like, yeah, I'm into this. I can go ahead and enjoy this as opposed to they go up 19 and then Charlotte goes on an 18-3 run. Now we get a 4-point game. It's like, oh, God, are we doing this again?
Yeah.
Another clutch game.
Yeah, here we are.
That didn't have to be.
No, exactly. And it'll be interesting to see if they can do some of that on the road. The Warriors have been a pretty solid road team, quite frankly, ever since the Draymond and Jordan Poole year where they couldn't do anything on the road. They've looked a lot better. And so, this road trip will be very, very telling if they can stay healthy, take care of business, and blow some of these teams out even on their home floor. I think that you'll know that you do. You got something. You got something that they're playing with. So let's go to Ridiculousville for just a second because a text just came through. 415, I see you, said 81 49ers. Okay, that would be, I would guess, one of the candidates. And it was actually the 82 Super Bowl, but the 81 Niners that beat the Bengals 26-21, first 49er title. And again, the answer that is being given there is to a question we threw out about 10 minutes ago. Let's go to Ridiculousville. Let's say these Warriors won it all. Where does that sit in Bay Area sports history in terms of unlikeliest championship?
It's up there.
I would look, without knowing the context of how you got there and what happened in front of you, I would have to argue right now that it would be number one. I think it would eclipse 22 Warriors, 15 Warriors, 2010 Giants, and 81 49ers. This team was sitting there at 500. They were injured. They were lethargic. They were dead in the water. There was nothing there. There was nothing there. So if this that we're watching over the last 2 weeks sustains and grows and becomes a powerful thing and goes somewhere, that would have my vote.
It would definitely be on the Rushmore, and it would be in the top 5, but it just depends on how you look at it and how you want to measure it. And I'm thinking about the 81 Niners that won the 82 Super Bowl. The previous year, they were 6-10, and they started out the next year 1-2. You lost at Atlanta, divisional game for you kids in the old NFC West.
Yeah.
Then you rattled off 7 in a row, including the first ever Niner game I went to against Dallas when you beat them 45-14. The regular year went 13-3, and then you went on and won the Super Bowl. So was it a surprise? Because you were 13-3, you were a really good team, but think about what they had. They had a secondary, I believe, of all 4 rookies, guys that they all drafted, Hicks and Williamson and a guy named Lott.
Eric Wright.
Right.
Yep.
You were a team that was bad the year before, and all of a sudden you had a great regular season, and it culminated. So, yeah, that is a terrific surprise. So I do think that one goes on there. You know more about the 2010 Giants than most people. That one, for me, I would put at or near the top just based on the way that, that was a team that they weren't great the year before, and then you brought up a rookie catcher.
Oh, dude,
and then
they were not looking good on September 1st.
Right.
They were not, it wasn't going to happen. Here, real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now on this. If the Warriors were to win a title this year, where would it rank in terms of unlikeliest championships in Bay Area sports history? Do you remember the line from Ashcon in the Don't Stop Believin' video for the 2010 Giants? One of the lines in there is, thankfully the Padres choked. The Giants were not going to even go to the playoffs. There was about 3.5 weeks to go, and it was like, I don't know. And then the Giants got hot, and the Padres lost every day. They showed up, and they lost. And then they lost, and they lost, and they lost. And the Giants went into the final weekend. They came out on the other side. They won the division. Then obviously they got hot. People started Cody Rawson. People were doing amazing things in the postseason that you didn't see coming. And then even after they worked their way all the way through the playoffs and they beat Philly, and then all of a sudden they arrive at the World Series. And I've told this story before. I'll never forget. I think it was J.P. Morosi who sat there on Fox and went, okay, let's preview the World Series. Understand, the Rangers are already ahead of the Giants 2-0 before they even start.
That doesn't seem fair.
Doesn't seem fair, but he thought it was true. Solely for this reason. Cliff Lee doesn't lose games in the playoffs. So it's 2-0 Rangers before we even start. The Giants were big underdogs. And then they came out in game 1. Tim Lincecum forgets what's going on out there in the very first inning, and everybody's got a lump in their throat as we go to the bottom of the first. Flash forward 3 hours later, we're pouring out onto the streets of San Francisco. Cops are stopping every car from driving through. Everybody got to take over, drink, have a great time. Giants had double-digit runs on the board. Take that, Cliff Lee. Take that. So, yeah, surprising, for sure. But for me, not as surprising as this would be. Yeah. That team was at least in some sort of playoff attack position for the majority of the year. Maybe if you're talking about the projection from before the year started, but all year long, they were playing good baseball. This team stunk. They stunk for the first 3 months.
I get it, but you're dealing with champions. You're dealing with, some guys who have 4 rings and now a guy who's been to the NBA Finals. And so I do think the pedigree matters. You were mentioning the Giants, and I'm looking on Wednesday, August 25th. Zito takes the loss. Cincinnati gets you 12-11 in a game at home, which seems crazy. 23 runs at that ballpark.
Yeah.
So you lose 12-11. Game time, 4 hours, 25 minutes, by the way.
Ooh, that's fun.
Yeah, that thing went on and on.
Get extra popcorn.
So now you're 6.5 back with 34 games left to go. Seemed unlikely. So I do think that surprise factor. In this one, you've got champions. And yes, they've been, kind of flatlining all year as a 10 seed. So it would be a big surprise. It would be, I wonder about the bigger surprise, 2022 or this one.
What do you think?
I think 2022 was a bigger surprise.
You got to be kidding me.
No,
really?
Just because, I mean, that team, for me, and you've given me a hard time all the time because I counted them out multiple times.
Dude, fair. I'm not saying it wasn't surprising, but that team's record was sparkly the whole year. Remember, they came out, they were firing on all cylinders. When we compared these two teams to one another a week and a half ago with where the Warriors' record was at the All-Star break, everybody in the room was shocked. 55 games in, and the Warriors were what?
41-14.
41-14, as opposed to 28-27. That's very different.
It is, but then they lose 25 of the last 37. So they really kind of ran the fade route. And I know Steph was out.
Got hurt. Yeah.
But even when he came back, I didn't feel like, all right, now this team, they're going to hum. And, you had to dig deep to beat Memphis in 6 and Boston in 6. It looked like, I think Boston might have been favored in that series, or it was very close either way.
Yeah, they were slight.
Yeah, I still, even though they made the playoffs, it still didn't feel to me like the two previous titles with KD, it was just a question of whether or not they'd lose a game.
Yeah. No, I get it. And a couple of texts to tell you about. 408 says, I'd put the 2012 Giants up there. Now, I'd say again, maybe it matters when you're asking the question. If you had asked, how surprised are you that the Giants won the World Series when they're sitting there in Cincinnati down 0-2, or when they're in St. Louis with Zito on the bump down 3-1, sure, if it's in those moments. But again, the Giants at that point were a playoff team all year. They were a really good team all year, and they were 2 years off of a championship. And not old and decrepit and all the things that people have called this year's Warriors. Again, for me, this is what the deciding card is. And again, you can all, whatever surprises you can, and somebody did bring up, as you did this morning, the 1975 championship for the Warriors.
The old heads.
I was completely surprised by that because I was 5 months old and I was like, no way.
Yeah.
We're champs already. I only been here for 5 months. It was incredible.
I love the young
Seriously.
But anyway, if you're looking at this year's team, I don't even think a comp exists for this in any city ever. When has an NBA team grabbed a bunch of stars that have all had their 35th birthday, been 500 at the break, and then run to a title?
Well, I
don't think that exists.
I don't think that you even need to do all that. I don't think you could look at any team in the NBA that's won a title with a core of guys who are all over 35.
Yeah.
Forget what their record was or how they did it. And,
good point.
We've looked at the Boston Celtics when they had Pierce and Garnett and all the fellas. They were in their early 30s. They weren't 35, 36, and about to be 37, which is, I guess, Draymond and Jimmy are both 35, and Steph's going to be 37. Right. So that core was about 5 years younger apiece, and you had Rajon Rondo in his early 20s. So I don't think you can find a comp. And even if you go to San Antonio's last title, where Kawhi led them, and Tim Duncan was 106, he was not even in the core anymore.
Right.
It was Kawhi and Boris Diaw.
And I'd get it too if let's say you make a deal at the break and the Warriors are still like, I don't know, they're kind of struggling a little bit here, and then that Kuminga ankle gets healthy and he gets out there and it pops. It really pops. And 22-year-old Jonathan Kuminga for the remainder of the year averages 27 a night. And he's got some playoff games where he's putting up 34 and 35. If that were to happen, then I'm like, okay, I get it. You had an absolute burst. You had a coming of age of a young player who's got all of his talent still in that body and ready to fly. But the thing that's crazy about this is the Warriors are taking off and playing their best basketball in 2 years before Jonathan even comes back. It's all being buoyed by someone who's 35 and has never played in this uniform before until 2 weeks ago. That's what would be mind-blowing to me if this were to end up where the Warriors say they think it can go.
Yeah, and Draymond's already called his shot, and he says this is where it's going to go. And I do think the 75 Warriors is interesting because they didn't expect to be a team that could do that, although You had Rick Barry, and you wound up with the best record in the Western Conference. And, the next year, you'd have a team that was close to going back-to-back. So it wasn't like a complete one-off for the Golden State Warriors. And, we talk about breaks. They didn't have to play the 60-win Celtics that year in the finals because somebody knocked off Boston. So they did catch a little break, but the next year they won 59 games. So it wasn't just a one-off. It was a good cluster of years for Rick Barry.
The poll is up on both Twitter and YouTube, and it's a simple yes/no. You don't even have to really work hard to vote on this one. It's yes or no. Would a 2025 Warriors championship be the most surprising title in Bay Area sports history? Yes or no? I voted yes. I voted yes, and very early returns. We're only like 20-some-odd votes in.
Yep.
83% of the votes are coming in on the yes side.
It would be surprising. I still would look at the 2010 Giants as more surprising. And I was thinking about other titles in the Bay that we haven't discussed, like the A's, 72, 73, 74. Those teams were stacked. Those teams were absolutely loaded.
They're the best team in baseball.
The 89 A's, and if the earthquake doesn't happen, maybe the series goes differently. I don't think it does. They made 3 straight World Series. That team was stacked.
Yep.
So, and I think that team won 100 or more games in all 3 of those years.
Yeah, but they lost the other 2 World Series.
They did.
Yeah.
The Gibson Limpy Homer, and then the Nasty Boys
the
in
Reds,
1990.
yeah.
But even the 89 title was not that surprising because that team was absolutely loaded top to bottom.
Yeah, completely.
So
I mean, look, they all hit a different way when they happen. And obviously we're playing a wild hypothetical right now.
And isn't it fun to be in a market where we can do this?
Oh, God. That's a great point.
Go to I guess pick a city.
Go to Arizona.
Right.
They got all the teams. They got baseball, football, and basketball. Look at them. Look at the way those teams are run. Like, honestly, take a moment. Arizona Cardinals. Now, the Diamondbacks have had, a World Series.
Yep.
1 win, a couple of appearances. I think that team is actually run fairly solidly. The Arizona Cardinals through the year, have often been the total doormat. And again, this is not just in terms of their results, but the way they're run. And then look at the Suns right now. I honestly, if the Mavericks thing wasn't so hot and controversial to people, I think you could argue that what the Suns did this trade deadline is even stupider. It's even more irresponsible. I don't know, there's differences there. And trading a 25-year-old superstar in the middle of the night in his prime, it is about as crazy as you can do. At the same time, the Phoenix Suns did something that's just as crazy, which is have 3 of the highest priced players in the game essentially walk into the locker room and be like, we're trading all of you. And then right before the deadline be like, just kidding. Okay, go play. Oh my God, no wonder they can't win a game.
Yeah.
They can't win a game. And they've got 3 A-plus basketball players on their squad. They can't win a game.
3 finals appearances for Phoenix in their long career. And I always forget about the one in 2021 where they played Milwaukee in that shortened season, the first post-bubble year. And, of course, Barkley got Jordaned. And then the other one was 1976 where just anytime you bump into Rick Barry, ask him about that game against Phoenix, Game 7 of the Western Finals. He'll give you 20 minutes now. That was an absolute heartbreaker for the Warriors to lose to Phoenix in Game 7 to avoid going to the NBA Finals again.
But I just threw that city out there. Like it's
a great throw.
But it's probably true in so many cities. So many cities. How does it feel right now? And again, I'm just doing the West Coast.
Yeah.
Like Seattle. I know they won a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson.
Yep.
They also completely blew one. The Mariners have never done anything. And
Sonics got a title.
The basketball team, and then they left.
Yep.
So that's fun.
Don't sleep on the Kraken. They're coming.
I'm totally going to sleep on the Kraken.
And I was thinking about Denver because the Broncos have 2, right? They got back-to-back.
The Broncos are pretty, more than 2 because they got the Peyton Manning Broncos.
Oh, that's right.
They beat the Panthers. Yeah.
So the Broncos have 3.
Yeah. Now the Rockies have appeared in one,
but
never won. And then the Nuggets not too long ago.
Yep.
And if you do want to do hockey, Colorado Avalanche had a fun run.
Yeah, with Patrick Roy.
Couple of decades
Between
ago.
the pipes.
Yeah, but I mean, most cities.
Yeah. Well, and the greater point of why I mentioned that is it's pretty fun and arrogant of us to be able to sit here and, let's pick the most surprising one of the 18 that we've had in our lifetime or whatever the number is. It's pretty fun to be able to pick and choose like that.
It's amazing. But I will firmly state, if this were to actually happen, this would be the most unlikely thing, certainly in my lifetime.
Okay.
Certainly in my lifetime. I can't tell you too much about what happened in 1972, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
But
those are some good years.
In my lifetime, my parents thought the same. Anyway. Gross. Anyway.
Mike Breen on the call. Anyway, as it sits right now, I just had to. I couldn't resist. As it sits right now, what's the most surprising one? Like, forget the Warriors in 2025. Because it's not likely that it happens. But
of course,
up to now, which one is the most surprising? You know, you got 3 Giants, you've got 5 Warriors, one of which you were, on your back in a diaper, so that doesn't count.
Yeah.
The A's in '89 wasn't surprising. The Niners in '82, the '81 season. I don't know. Where would you go?
Surprising. It happened on my 7th birthday, so I don't know if I was really aware of the context. I was just like, this is cool. Oh, we won? Yay, cake. Anyway, but the ones that hit me emotionally, and it's probably an unfair conversation because I think just like having kids, like there's nothing like the first time.
Yep.
So the 2010 Giants and the 2015 Warriors, to me, felt like the first time because it was the first time that I had seen it. Obviously, for the Giants, it was the first time that they won here.
Yep.
For the Warriors, it was the first time in 40 years. So those hit so much more emotionally than 2022 or anything even 2012, 2014 with the Giants. Which one is more surprising? I guess by a nose, I would go 2010 Giants.
Okay.
But that might also be wrapped up in my emotions around it because that was just like I couldn't believe that this was actually happening. And the Warriors, as much as you had that feeling, geez, what was their record? Was that they go 67-15 or something like that?
Oh, the first time, yeah.
Yeah. Like, my God.
Yeah.
I think because we're Warrior fans, we're like, we're not actually going to win the title, are they? But they told you all regular season, like, I don't know if you're watching, we're amazing. We're really good. I thought Bogues earlier today had some fascinating comments about that, to where he was like, y'all didn't understand. I know what happened when Kevin Durant showed up, but that's just overpowering people. The way we played basketball in 2015, where we would show up each night and everybody was in such concert with one another, knew exactly what they were supposed to do, knew how to play basketball, and knew how to take other teams apart, I thought was a really fascinating comment. And so if you look back on it, our surprise was only based in our history. The reality of the moment was they were the best team, by far.
They were, yet, and I shared the clip with you guys on the Vine, as Guru would call it, about Draymond Green saying, Steph and I, in the Memphis series, we had to go out and have a private dinner. We sat there for hours and talked about how we're going to get this thing right because they lost game 3.
They were down, right?
2 games to 1.
2-1.
And, you even heard Bogues talk about it like, I'm going up against Deebo. And, that was peak Zach Randolph where
Deebo.
He was a handful.
Oh, my God.
He was a big body who was nimble.
Yep.
He could rebound and defend a little bit. He was a problem. And so Steph and Draymond had to sit down 2 games to 1 on the road, facing the prospect of maybe a 3-1 deficit. Even though 67-15, they still had to do some work to get over the hump there.
We just had a caller who couldn't go on the air because he's at work and he has to pretend like he's still working. But he had enough time to call and let me know what his thoughts were.
Well, what's your job?
He shall remain nameless.
Put your boss on. We'll talk him down or her down. Like, what's the big deal?
But he said it's got to be 1975 and the Warriors winning then because Rick Barry himself has called it not only the most surprising title in Bay Area history, but in all of North American professional sports. Rick Barry said, quote, "There is nothing remotely close. To be expected to do nothing and then to sweep a team that was supposed to sweep us, it has never happened before or since."
Well, okay, first of all, I can't speak intelligently on it because I was 5 months old. Grandy, you weren't even a
They swept the Bullets.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah,
okay, but,
yeah.
but
60-win Bullets, by the way.
I think
West Unsold for those of you who partake.
Whenever we experience something ourselves, we're going to elevate that thing. So I cannot speak intelligently on what Rick is talking about. But I can say this. I mean, I covered the Los Angeles Lakers with Kobe and Shaq, who went to Detroit to take on the Pistons, and a team that literally was made up of a lot of good players, but no number one. They did not have a one. They had Rip Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Tayshaun Prince, like good basketball team, but no dog. Meantime, here's the Lakers with Kobe, Shaq, Karl Malone, Gary Payton, I mean, all over the place. They were a traveling road show. And they got to the finals, and everyone thought the Pistons were going to be complete doormats. They beat the Lakers in 5, and the only reason it wasn't 4 is because Kobe banked in a 3-point buzzer beater in one of the home games I can't remember if it was game 1 or 2. I think it was game 2. But Detroit crushed them. And I got to think when Rick Barry says nothing close, I mean, that has to be close. Everyone thought the Pistons were going to get rolled, and they barely lost 1 game.
Yeah.
So it's got to be in the same arena.
For
but
sure.
Again, I can't speak on it, though.
And the other one that I would put up there is the 2011 NBA Finals, where LeBron James and company took on Dallas, led by Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Kidd, and they were outdone by a Puerto Rican named J.J. Barea.
Yep.
They had no answer for the diminutive Puerto Rican, and a series during which I won a bet that I'm still waiting the payback for.
Oh, what did you win from who?
Lunch from a former, thank God former, radio partner who will remain nameless, but...
Until the break.
Oh, I'll tell you.
I know you will.
I've said his name before off the air.
I know. I forgot.
Yeah, that's not that important, but...
Is he still alive?
I think. He's one of these, like, arrogant, like, I know it all talk show guys.
Well, that's all of us.
Yeah, but we admit when we're wrong.
Yes.
And this dude lost a lunch bet to me 14 years ago, and by now with interest, that's 2 dinners and a croissant.
At least. And but food still exists, and you're still breathing, and so is he. So maybe it's coming to you, bud.
I'm good.
Hang in there.
I'm good. Hang in there, big guy.
Days ahead.
I do think that in terms of like shocking upsets, that's on the list.
Didn't the Heat lead that series 2-0 also? Will you look that up? Didn't they go up 2-0 and then lose 4 in a row? I swear, if my memory serves.
Yeah, let me Google
it was
right
1-0
now.
Miami, 1-1, and then 2-1 Miami.
Okay.
Dallas won the final 3.
Got it. Okay, there it is. So they were up 2-1 and then 3 in a row for Dallas.
Yeah, Tyson Chandler also on that Dallas team.
Chandler, Jason Terry, right?
Yeah,
Jet.
I think so.
I think Jet
that sounds about
You
right.
want to know how much basketball has changed since 2011? The final scores of the first 4 games of this series, 92-84, 95-93, 88-86, and 86-83.
Thank goodness. Yeah, because they let everybody beat each other up. And by the way, now we're really totally off the map.
This was fun though.
No, but this is one thing I don't love in sports, which is where rule changes will be made, and then the older fan will be like, wow, this is just the wussification. They won't let each other beat each other up in the face anymore. When the hell was that a part of the game?
Right in the face.
Why? I never understood it. Oh, the Pistons, the bad boys, they'd punch you right in the ribs. Right. That's not allowed. And it shouldn't be. I've never, if you want to say it's gone too far, I'll hear you. But it's just like this, the home plate thing. I'm back with Pete Rose totally destroyed a person's career in the All-Star game. Why is that okay? Why do we want that? You're not supposed to blow one another up.
Right.
Not supposed to break bones and have it be like, we're just playing hard. No.
I follow one of these throwback accounts on Instagram where they'll just do like a clip of the day. And last week, the clip was of a guard. I think that he was playing for the Bulls, might have been San Antonio, named Steve Kerr.
Oh.
So Kerr catches it top of the circle, and he goes up to shoot a three, and Kevin Johnson comes from the side, and Mark literally doesn't go for the ball, gets him by the neck, and gives him like a chokehold throw down to the ground.
Yep.
Foul. You're going to shoot three.
Yeah.
Nothing more. Benches didn't empty. I don't think he was ejected, but the violence of the play was like, oh my God.
No, it's a lot. Yeah. I don't miss that at all.
Right.
I mean,
and to Grandy's point, the series you're talking about, Lakers Pistons, game 3, Detroit 88, Lakers 68.
Come on, man.
88-68.
Come on, man.
I mean,
I think the Suns and Grizzlies last night both had 100 points by the end of the third quarter. Did you see how many points they put up?
That thing was crazy.
I know they went to overtime. They scored 299 points in that basketball game. So anyway, could it go too far in one direction? Yes, it can.
Yeah.
But we don't need people beating one another up and saying now we're wusses if we're not allowing that anymore.
Before we go to the phones, I just want to throw this out to you because as we're talking about biggest surprise title, it had me thinking about biggest heartbreak. Because and I have to look at Grandy because I know yours is personal, and I think about Grandy, the Niner fan, because he's now suffered through 3 Super Bowl losses in his lifetime. The Warriors had a couple of finals losses, and I know what you're going to answer as your biggest heartbreak, but what do you think is the biggest heartbreak of your life, sports-wise?
This is a terrible question.
That's kind of why I wanted to bring you in because
thanks, Dibs.
I really
we were really having fun for the 5 o'clock hour.
If we're gonna yin, we also got a yang.
Man,
or is it yin? Either way,
whatever. It's both.
I can't pick between any of the Niners collapses.
One of the 2 Super Bowls.
One of the 3 Super Bowls.
Oh, wow. Okay, you're talking about the Ravens one?
Yeah.
That's hard to call it a collapse, though.
On the goal line.
I know, but they came back. They're the ones who rallied back. There wasn't a come-from-ahead loss.
Yeah.
It was just a disappointing rally that fell short.
Super Bowl losses are like kids. You can't decide which one you hate more.
It's a good day for that comment, dude. Holy crap. Oh, my God. Anyhow.
I'd probably go the first loss to the Chiefs. I felt that they up by 10 in the fourth. I felt that was almost nearly in the bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That one felt more in the bag, but I was more confident in the more recent one. That was a better team, I thought. I thought they were a more dominant team. But for me, it's completely easy.
Yeah.
The 0-2 Giants, I'll never be over it. I swear to God. It just stop with your thunder sticks.
I'm doing my rally monkey.
It's the worst story of all time. It's literally the worst thing that could happen to a fan. I went to all 7 games. I knew after they collapsed in Game 6 that that they were in trouble. That Game 6, I'm sitting there. We're 7 outs away. I'm new in the business, and here we are. The Giants are going to win the World Series, and I've got a pass to go into the clubhouse and be in the middle of the champagne celebration. I'm like on cloud 99. You couldn't say nothing to me that night.
Up 5-0.
And then it all falls apart. And then one night later, now you're down on the field interviewing angels, screaming and yelling, pouring champagne all over each other. Dusty Baker and Kenny Lofton staring off into nothingness. Bonds, Aurelia, the rest. Never get over it.
Hey, Scott Spezio, what'd you think of the win? Great. Back to you in the studio, Jim.
Then you work late, so you leave the game an hour and a half, 2 hours after all the fans. Not when you win a World Series. Slump out all the way to my car, get in the car to drive away, and there's people going,
oh, you got thunder sticks?
Whacking the top of my car with their red thunder sticks.
Ouch.
They're lucky and run them over. Jerks.
Yeah. For me, it's the 2016 NBA Finals. And I know what came after that is it only happens because you lost it.
No, that was tough.
73-9. I'm at my buddy's house, who will remain nameless because of what happened. We had the game. We were pausing the game to allow everyone to show up. So we were about 8 minutes behind, and we got to about 1:12 left in the game, and his recording stopped. So I guess we recorded it, and we were watching the recording. We were about 8 minutes behind. 1:12 to go. It's nip and tuck in Game 7, and the TV freezes. It's like, oh no. So you hit exit, and all of a sudden, there's the final score. Cavs win. So I missed the final 1:12. I missed the Kyrie shot. I missed all of it.
Well, that's a good thing. But that's good. You didn't have to live through that.
Yeah, but
Dude, it was a dagger.
But you're invested in this game,
I know,
and that's my team.
Oh,
and
it was a knife to
we're
the
all
heart.
over there, and we're all locking in, and I got my kids there, and all these other families, and the recording freezes, and all you can do is hit exit, and then boop, back to the live channel, and you see Cleveland. This is for you. So that for me is the heartbreak.
Thank God I was on the air. That's the only thing that saved me from throwing something through the TV. I was literally on the air on Fox Sports Radio, and so you have to hold it together. Like you have to. I'm like, Kyrie Irving has hit a shot, and finally somebody, after 78 straight bricks on both sides, somebody has hit a shot. Kyrie Irving has hit a shot, and the Cleveland Cavaliers have the lead with a minute to go, and all this stuff. I mean, you're sitting there broadcasting it. And so you're able to hold it together. And that was Father's Day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you leave work, and I'll never forget it. You head home, and I walk into the house just so bummed. And then you get home, and because the kids at that time were at the age, what year is this again?
2016.
2016. So that means Abe is
9.
Is 9, Ella's 7, Jude is 2. And so Jude is like in the bath, and they're in there, playing with him. And then you walk in, and there's your 3 kids in the bathroom, and they're just like, "Are you okay, Dad? Happy Father's Day." And you're like, "All right, I guess everything's fine. I'm not going to be a jerk now and like throw something. I don't want to talk to you, kids." Yep. Grandy, what do you got?
A championship that you guys haven't brought up yet. The 2014 Giants kind of feels like the forgotten one. I mean, you think about what that postseason run was, which started in the wild card. They had like half of a pitching staff. It was just Bumgarner and a little bit of Kane and Vogelsong.
I mean, there was Peavy and Hudson.
Hudson started Game 7 and got 2 outs?
3 outs or something. Yeah, exactly.
They started Juan Perez in Game 7. Gregor Blanco was the starting center fielder.
Juan Perez, almost the guy who dropped the ball 8 times to let the Royals tie the game.
Like that team, obviously Bumgarner was amazing, but they had, Pence. Posey and Bumgarner, or Posey and Sandoval and Pence, and you obviously have some quality guys there. But man, there was also a lot of nobodies that contributed to that run. Ishikawa hit the walk-off to win the pennant.
No, that's a good point.
Like that was surprising as hell.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. 888-957-9570. Marco in the city. Hi, Marco. Thanks for calling.
How you guys doing?
What's up?
How are you? Well, anyway, so my most unlikely championship was happiness for me, lifelong Cincinnati Reds fan. We went wire to wire in 1990, pretty much like you were saying the Dubs did in 2015. They were doing it during the regular season. And then they went up against the swinging Oakland A's and swept them in 4 games. So heartbreak for the Bay, but Queen City got an unlikely championship.
Indeed, they did. Marco, thanks. Yeah. I mean, I love those. Those are the ones. But it's funny, just to bring it back to why we're talking about this, like all of these different dynamics that we're talking about and memories that we're bringing up and the unlikelihood of it and the emotions surrounding it. None of it would surprise me more than if the Warriors won it all. None of it. This would be out of control if this thing actually went that far.
Yeah, and if you think about it in more global terms, if they wind up as the 6th seed, only one 6th seed has ever won the NBA championship. It was the Houston Rockets,
right?
The Houston Rockets were the 6th, and they got over on the Jordanless Bulls, I think. No, they didn't play the Bulls in the finals, but that was the time where Jordan was out. Houston went back-to-back during the 2 years where Jordan was playing baseball. And one of those years, they were the 6th seed. And Jimmy Butler led an 8-seeded Miami to the finals. They didn't win the finals, but if the Warriors were to get their 5th championship out of a 6 seed, meaning you get through Denver, OKC, perhaps Memphis, and then the defending champion Boston?
I mean,
at that point, you'd have to say that's the most surprising.
Totally. And by the way, I'm going to ask you this, like while we're going down this fun and very hypothetical lane.
It's a great lane.
Right, but like, what would this do for Butler's legacy?
Oh.
He's already called playoff Jimmy, even though he's got no rings. And it's mainly for, I know he's performed well all the time, but it's mainly for what he's done and what he did in Miami. But when you go do it for another franchise, and if you literally join a team that's a game over 500 at the All-Star break, if you jump in on that and turnkey become this good, this fast, he's actually the one with the most to gain in terms of legacy.
Right. Or you could just say he is a championship chaser. He had to join the Warriors to get it done.
I wouldn't say that
had
at all.
Had to join a juggernaut to get it done. But yeah, your point is well taken. And I'm just looking at champions by seed. And if you're worse than a 3 seed, there have only been 11 teams to even make the NBA Finals. And those teams are 2 and 9. Only one 4 seed has ever won it, and it was the Boston Celtics in 1969. So unless you're a top 3 seed, historically, you have almost no chance. So if the Warriors did do it out of the 6 seed, or maybe they fight up to the 5, even that itself, Mark, would be borderline historic.
Yes, I agreed. Let's go to Rudy in Pittsburgh. Hi, Rudy. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Thank you for taking my call. The 73-9 Warriors definitely hurts a lot, but I feel like the other championships kind of take a little bit of the sting off of it. For me, it's the Tuck rule game for the Raiders. Them losing the Super Bowl, and the Patriots and Brady getting set up for their legacy, and then the Raiders basically being the Raiders from then since on. So it's definitely the Raiders Tuck rule game for me.
Hey, Rudy, can I ask you a question? Since clearly you're a Raiders fan and you're upset with Tom Brady, how would you feel if he brings Matt Stafford to your organization?
Matt Stafford is a great quarterback. I've got nothing against him, but bringing Jimmy Garoppolo was a joke. We need I think we just need to start new. Draft, build a team the way it's supposed to be built, offensive, defensive line. Matt Stafford is great, nothing against him, but they can keep him.
Okay, Rudy, thanks.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo to the Raiders is not on Tom Brady's hands.
No.
There's no blood on his hands there. He wasn't there yet.
Right.
I don't know if you saw this story about how he met with Matt Stafford. I think they're up in Canada or something. They're somewhere up on a fancy schmancy ski trip, and it's hysterical because a reporter came out and said, yep, Tom Brady has met with Matt Stafford and invited him up there and hosted him, and they made food, and they talked and hung out. All totally illegal. That's complete tampering, if that's true. So Rappaport comes out right afterward today and goes, so, just to clear up the report, this was a chance meeting.
Okay.
At a remote location where they just ran into one another. Oh, hey, you're Matt. I know you. You're Tom.
You like breakfast? I like breakfast.
Let's get a drink. We're just two people skiing because we both got a lot of money. We should sit and talk, and who knows what conversation will come up.
Man, of all the ski resorts and all the continents on this great planet, oh my goodness.
Can't believe we ended up here.
Yeah. Tampering.
Well, it is.
Right.
By the way, like on multiple levels. Tom's part owner of the Raiders. The guy who reported the meeting works for Fox. Who does Tom work for? Fox. I mean,
it could have been Tom the broadcaster, not Tom the team owner. He could have just been in broadcast mode.
I guess. He's working with Matt Stafford to figure out their pre-show meeting for if they do a Rams game this year.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's hysterical. Ian Rappaport. This is an hour ago. Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford, like many other high-profile people, both own houses in the same ski community.
Okay. Well, that's fine then. And honestly, the whole thing about tampering in and of itself to me is kind of stupid. Like, he can't.
They're in Montana.
Right.
This is the original tweet. It's the funniest thing I've read. Raiders minority owner and Tom Brady and Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford ran into each other at a ski resort in Montana. The meeting, unplanned, was not extensive or in-depth and did not include Brady hosting or recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise.
How does he know? You know? How does he know what went on as they shared a lift up to the double black diamond?
Sauces.
Right.
Yeah, sauces.
Yeah. And the source is, hey, tell Rappaport that, we just talked about fresh powder. We didn't talk about football at all. We got to kill this thing. Kill. Got to snuff this thing out.
Oh, it's so funny. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Still time for you to weigh in. 888-957-9570. If you missed any of the key comments that John Lynch had earlier today, getting ready for the Combine, you're going to want to hear them. We've got them for you next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Dan Dibley here to remind you about weight loss.
sorry, I lost my voice yesterday.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I feel for him, man. I've tried to do shows like that. Not easy.
Yeah.
Not easy.
I had one about a month ago, and you guys had to pull the plug on me.
Sent you home.
I was dying.
Oh, God. I want to get to the John Lynch stuff, but check this out. Just for giggles and for the idea of the Warriors being the 8 seed, stir this around in your drink. Okay. Take a sip. So, you know how OKC just did that little back-to-back with Minnesota? And they beat Minnesota in Minnesota, and then they had a big lead at home the very next night against the Wolves. And then the Wolves erased a 24-point deficit and went on to win the basketball game against OKC. And some of the guys talked about after the game sort of what they noticed in OKC, and analysts said, watch out. Other teams are going to watch what Minnesota did in that quarter and try to emulate it, which is starting to throw tons and tons, like overdoing the defense on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Just, that's what OKC's doing. Overwhelm them. Sort of similar to what teams were doing against the Warriors when they were having success there. Well, what's OKC's next game? Well, they're in Brooklyn. That's a crappy team. I'm sure OKC will easily handle that. It's halftime in Brooklyn. And the Nets are up by 15.
Wow.
So it's just 2 games. And actually, this one's far from over.
And Shai, just looking at it, is 6 of 7. He's got 14 points.
Right, but that means that, like, quite frankly, because there are, count them up, 1, 2, 3 other Thunder players who have at least as many shot attempts as Shai, they're getting the ball out of his hands. That's not a lot of shots for him for a half.
7, yeah.
That's not a lot at all.
Right. And, it's not a problem if the rest of the team can actually make a shot, but the rest of them, Thunders, are 19 for 42 from the floor, which is not very good. And Lou Dort, 1 of 7. If I'm playing the Thunder, yeah, Lou, go ahead and let it fly. LD, he's 1 of 5 from 3. If Holmgren's not hitting, I do like their team. They're deep, but
they're a good team.
It goes through Shai without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Granny, what's up?
Let me ask you guys this. So Thunder down by 15 at Brooklyn at halftime. What do you guys think the live line is, the spread? Who do you think Vegas thinks is going to win this basketball game? Nets up by 15 at half.
OKC. I probably think that they're like, I'll say -3.5.
I was going to say 4, probably, yeah.
Willard, you're closer, but you're both a decent amount off. OKC favored by half a point.
Half a point.
Essentially a pick 'em.
So they're just saying, hang on. Talk for a second.
Well, and that would mean that the second half spread is probably Thunder -14.
Or 15.5, if you will.
Right, depending on, how you think that's going to go, which is, those are always slippery. I've been into live betting lately,
but
that's
a lot of points to cover up.
Right, and it's on the road. So if you think that OKC still is going to win, then you'll lay 14.5 or 15 in the second half. But when you're down 15, you can get down 27, and they could just shut it down.
They could, but I'll tell you why that line is what it is, and why I wouldn't bet the Nets is that Vegas is looking at what the Nets just did from the 3-point line in the first half.
I'm looking at that.
They went 15 to 30. You ain't doing that again. You are not doing 15. They're shooting 50% from 3. They hit 15 of them in the first half.
Well, they took 30.
Right.
That's a Boston Celtics-like pace.
How many did Cam Johnson make?
3 for 5.
Oh, there we go.
3 for 5. And his buddy Keon Johnson is 4 for 7. They've combined to go 7 for 12 from 3.
Look at anyway. All 5 guys who played off the bench are at least a -7, -13, -13. The starters are all nearly +30. That's crazy.
Yeah, they went off. They absolutely went off. And no, they're not going to do it again.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it again. All right.
You bet it?
No.
You didn't get in there?
Yeah, no. I don't like it. I decided I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay.
I got other things cooking tonight.
Yeah, you do.
I got some stuff cooking. Come on, Cade Cunningham. Get yourself going. Anyway, how's this grab all of you? John Lynch spoke today. And there were 2 comments that really got the most attention. And one of them was about Brock Purdy.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations, like always is our stance. I want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
You know, if he had removed one sentence there, I don't even think this would be newsworthy. But all of a sudden at the end, he goes, look, there's no guarantee that it's going to get done. And you could take that as a stock GM answer, but I took it to mean a little bit more. And I really think that a lot of what we heard from John Lynch today is suggesting that the 49ers are none too comfortable with the narrative that over the last 2 summers, they've gotten their butts kicked on contracts. And this is their way of saying, like, this one's supposed to be easy. You've all said, well, $60 million, quarterback, what are you going to do? There's no other options out there. I think the Niners are trying to take their team back. And so he dropped a little message in there to be like, look, of course we want to sign Brock Purdy and we want him to be our quarterback, but we're not going to just do this no matter what. Like, he can't just walk in here and be like, actually make it 70. Like, no, we're still going to sit at the table and have a conversation here.
And they should, and everybody knows that, but just what he said before should calm everyone's nerves, those people who want Brock to come back, which is, you know, if both sides are motivated, these things usually get done pretty easily. And I'm just paraphrasing, but that seems to be what this is. Both sides are motivated. Brock would love to have a raise from $1 million to, I don't know, $60 million, if that's what it's going to be. Or
well, I think next year it gets raised to about 1.1.
Okay, yeah. That's fun.
The year after that, though, it's going to go well.
Right, but even this year, if he signs the signing bonus, he gets it. Yes. So it would be a nice chunk of change. And if you're the team, what else are you going to do at quarterback? And we had this conversation with Greg Cosell, friend of the program. There's no quarterback store out there where you can just go and get a quarterback. So
especially not this offseason.
Right, and not this draft either.
No, so exactly right.
Both sides they know they need each other. This thing's going to get done.
And then there was the comment on Debo Samuel.
We're on good terms with Deebo. I think he's asked for a fresh start, and I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's I think often one of my favorite draft picks of my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but it probably makes sense. So we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
I've been so fascinated, like sort of talking to people about this one, because a lot of people seem to be taking it at face value. It's a trade request. And because they love Deebo so much, they want to honor that. I'm like, come on, man. It goes so much deeper than that. I think they're saying that because they do love Deebo, and so they want him to save face. So they're making it sound like it's a trade request. But the bottom line to me is, if they still wanted him on the team, they wouldn't trade him. Same guy made a trade request two years ago. Niners looked at him and went, no, sign this deal. And so listen to the things he said there at the end. Time happens. And, quote, it probably makes sense. Those, to me, are little cues that the Niners are saying, we agree with Deebo that it's time for him to play with a different team.
Yeah, and I think that they look at the reality of the situation, which is he's owed and due a lot of money, and that's coming soon. And they probably, behind closed doors, had a conversation with him about a restructure and a reduction. And he's thinking, no, I've got $15 million coming in March. I want to get that money. And if you want to restructure me, then I want to go somewhere else. And they're thinking, okay, we don't want to pay you. We'd hate to lose you. But if you don't want to play for $8 million a year, then we're going to have to part ways.
Hey, real quick, Triples for Autism brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors made 15 threes last night. That's another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society, San Francisco. Buddy Hield had the most. He had 4. Moses Moody, 3 for 3. Off of the bench, couple for Steph. GP2 last night. Kevin Knox made a couple of threes. That's the 35th donation of the year for Triples for Autism. If you want to get involved yourself, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. HartbreakWarriors.com. You know what's tonight?
Rain dance!
Warrior Roundtable is right around the corner. For those of you who don't speak 95.7 The Game, that means you get a full hour of Gary St. Jean and Kevin Dana.
Can't wait.
Yeah, with a little Warriors Roundtable, which is coming up next. But in the meantime, do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure.
Okay, we'll do it. Not for long, though.
No?
Well, there's a game.
That's right.
At 4 o'clock.
East Coast feel ya.
Yeah, so we'll get in here and we'll do the darn thing, but then we'll get out of the way and let the Warriors go get another dub. All right?
Keep stacking them, boys.
For Dibs, for Grandy, and for Lucas's cough. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members, and as always, save up to 20% off weekly with For You and your Safeway app. General Mills cereal, 8.9 to 12.3.